Okay, we are live. Thank you so much for joining and for all of your patience. My apologies. It took a little longer for me to wrap up that last project. I had a big deadline for my other business, so got that in, and here we are for live mini readings. Pumped if you're here. Welcome in. Please go ahead and hit that like button. It is always so helpful to get the video circulated when you hit the like button. It allows people to find their way to the live reading. Okay, just pasting the link here on my other channel so that people can find us on that other channel. And if you'd like to go ahead and make your payment, you can. Let me go ahead and paste for you the payment information. Here we go. This is how you can make your payment and how we can get started. So if you're new and this is your first time doing a live mini reading with me, welcome. Hey, Mali, so nice to have you. Hey, Yuri Love, thank you for hitting that like button. I really appreciate it. Let's see. I guess I could make myself a moderator on my channel. Too funny. Okay, let me switch over. Okay. I think that's the right link. There we go. There we go. All right. All right, cool. Got that. And then let me get back into the right account so that we can follow through here. Cool. All right. I hope I linked the payment information already for you, but if I did not, here you go. This is how you pay. And now we can get started. Whew, what a busy day. Megan, there you go. I just pasted it for you. Hey, Amia, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah. Hey, Imago, nice to have you here. Cool. Let me know if you have any issues with that PayPal link. I've had some issues with it in the past couple of weeks, but it should work at this point. There we go. Okay, cool. So yeah, whenever you're ready. Thank you guys so much for hitting that like button. I will be looking out for you guys' payments. And then for those of you who are just kicking it because you like to hang out, no need to jump on the list or get a reading if you don't want to. Yuri, I don't think 2222 is so expensive. There are a lot of readers who charge a lot more than that for a mini. It's just the right price for me. But no need to pay it if it's not right for you. Won't be asking you to do that. But if you would like to, for those of you who just want to hang out, if you want free guidance and free advice and something quote unquote less expensive, definitely subscribe to the other channel. I put out weekly, or not weekly, but monthly new moon and full moon updates. And I just put the link inside there for inside the chat for the free mailing list that I have, the private list. And people who are on the private list also get free updates on a regular basis. But yeah, if you want to hang out with me, you got to cough up 20. Sorry, babe. I just think my advice is worth it. If that's not what you have, I totally get it. If it's not in the budget, don't do it. Definitely don't want you to stretch yourself beyond what is reasonable for your means. And I trust you know your finances. So it's up to you what's going to be right for you. I just know that this is the right number for me. Totally okay if it's not aligned. Yeah, Danette, yeah, if you think of a question, by all means. And definitely, thanks for listening. Feel free. Hey, Danette, I think you're on the private list, which I think is awesome. I'm glad that you are. But if anyone's not on the private list, definitely jump on it because the private list members get a ton of free content and interesting insights about stuff. So, for example, just this morning to my private list members, I sent out a uh, you pay that amount and you make pesos. It's true, you do make pesos, don't you, Danette? I forgot you make pesos. Um, yeah, but whatever's right for Yuri is right for her. If that's an expensive number for her, that's her circumstance. There's nothing I can do to change that. But if it's right for you, Danette, it's right for you, and I'm happy to serve you. I just know I have to operate within what's right for me. So yeah, this morning I sent out a nice little piece of information for my private list about the Mercury retrograde because I wanted them to have a little bit of a more heads up about what that energy is going to be like and how to navigate it because it's definitely going to be a murky time. And I didn't want, as many people as I can spare confusion, I will. Hey, Kylie. Welcome, baby. Nice to have you. So yeah, that private list with that EAP URL, that's how you can get on it and get that extra insight. I also shared with them a video from another astrologer that I adore. She's one of the most brilliant astrologers, I think, on the planet at this time. Her name is Tara Nikita. Have never met the woman, so it's not like, I get paid or anything for promoting her work, but man, is her work stellar. And I sent a special Mercury retrograde video to the private list this morning from her channel to help them understand how this plays out for twin flames. So highly reco you get on that private list if you haven't already. But yeah, the list is open. If anyone wants a personal reading, great. If you want to do a mini reading, that's awesome. You're welcome to go ahead and make your payment as of right now. Anyone who makes a payment next is going to be first. So no waiting. Welcome to jump right in. And then for those of you who want a personal reading, that list opens back up next week. Again, for those who are on the private list, that list opened up this morning. And so some of them are already booking their appointments for March. But if you also want to be first in for March, you can go ahead and jump on the private list. Amaya, no, I don't have another twin flame video to do. The next video I do will probably be, oh no, are you asking spiritual baddie? She may do another twin flame video, but my next video will be at the new moon in Pisces. So that won't be until much later this month. Um, but I don't know, spiritual baddie may go live. Hey, Marie, it's so good to have you, spiritual baddie. I love that you're here. Love, love, love that you're here. Thank you so much for doing that Mercury retrograde video with me. I was super pumped. So, for those of you that missed it, while we're still waiting for payments to come in so we can formulate a list, for those of you that missed it, Maria and I did a collaboration this afternoon. About the Mercury retrograde for twin flames. I did a quick astrological overview about, the sign of Pisces and Mercury and the sign of Aquarius and Mercury, because that's where it's going to be. Mercury is going to be retrograding Pisces to Aquarius and then back through Pisces. This is the live reading, Amaya. This is the live reading tonight. You're on it. Ooh, sandwich from a pizza place. Yes, that sounds delicious. So definitely highly recommend that you definitely have a listen, because that Mercury retrograde for Twin Flames video that you can find both on Marie's channel and on my channel, it was a good one. She did some channeled messages that, really brought home what our focus is for this Mercury retrograde and how this Mercury retrograde changes things. So, highly recommend. We'll just hang for a little bit longer because I know there are some people who may be having some trouble with the links who want a mini reading. Let me just pop on over to my payment apps since I just went live to see what's going on. Oh my gosh, Marie, I was watching guys grocery games. I like cooking channels. And so I was watching guys grocery games and he was talking about he was having people make a pizza on there and I was like, "Oh, guys, stop tempting me. Stop tempting me. It's not fair, guy. It's not fair. You're making me pay for my pizza cravings." Awesome. Let's see what's going on in this other payment application. Hey, Megan, it's totally okay if you haven't met your twin and you don't know their chart information. I do a special thing called the union chart reading, and the union chart is the date, time, and location of you guys' first meeting. And if we can have a look at that first meeting, it'll help clarify for us. Hey, Energy Day Moon, it'll help clarify for us where things are at in your connection, what you guys are supposed to be learning, what he may be going through, what you're going through. It's totally okay if you're not sure if it's your twin. If you don't have their birthday or their birth location, we can just look at that union chart, which is the day, time, and location you guys met. Or we can look at your chart to find out what kind of relationship energy you're conjuring up right now. If you're conjuring up, people who will support you with lessons or people who will come and partner with you for the lifetime. Pizza get in my belly. I love it. That's how I feel about the pizza too. Get in my mouth. Have a party with my taste buds pizza. Um, the thing about the not really knowing if you've met your twin or not. Hey, Amaya, I have a software that I use, and I'll share the screen with you, and I'll show you what the different planets are doing as soon as you've made your payment. So you'll be able to see it. It'll be live here. You'll be able to see what I'm pointing to and looking at and how all the pieces work together. Yeah, you're welcome, Megan. Happy to clarify for you. Um, so yeah, the nice thing about a union chart is that it really shows the cycles that two people are in. It shows whether or not two people are um, or what things they're supposed to be learning, what's the overall connecting lesson at this time, etc. Um, where the divine feminine's at, where the divine masculine's at, that kind of thing. So the union chart's a lot of fun to look at, but we can even check out a couple of things from your personal chart if you're a twin about what's going on with them by where Jupiter is at, because Jupiter sits as the uh, divine masculine in a divine feminine's chart. So we can do that too. Let's see. Pizza get in my belly. Yeah, Megan, no worries. No worries. Sometimes you don't always have to know if it's your twin or not to get the insight and the information about what the lesson is and how you two impact and influence one another and what cycle you're in your own life. Um, Energy Daemon, thank you so much. I really appreciate you saying that. Um, yeah, sometimes you don't even have to know, um, what if a person is your twin or not. Instead, you can just, if you're getting triggered by someone, and by the interaction, or you just want to know, like, what's the connecting energy between you two, all you have to do is just look at the chart and it'll tell you everything. Yeah, pizza get in my belly is going to be stuck in my head until I actually have some pizza and put it in my belly. Hey, MY, happy Valentine's Day to you too. To all my pals, happy Valentine's Day. So good to have you here. Um, Maya, you're asking me, have I met my twin? Yeah, I have. We met 5 years ago, and now we're up to twin things together, doing twin things. But I didn't know, actually. I didn't know he was my twin until 2015 to 2016 to 2017. It's like 2.5, 3 years into it. Yeah, 2.5, 3 years in. That's when I knew we were twins. And honestly, like, the universe had been trying to tell me beforehand, with little signs, like, twin conversations following me everywhere on the internet. Um, and like, people, like, I'd be on webinars about completely other stuff, like about ascension stuff, and people would bring up twin flame things, and I'd be like, can you just stay on the freaking point? Shut up about your twin flame stuff. That sounds toxic and ridiculous. I don't want to hear anything about it. Let's just focus on the ascension, okay? Thanks. I'd be so annoyed. Um, it sounded completely codependent, toxic, and ridiculous when I first heard about it. It's like, I don't break up like that. That's nasty. Who would do that to another human? And I'll go through all of that with people. When I'm done, and I move on. The end. The universe made me eat those words. The universe made me eat those words. The universe was like, yeah, you just keep on talking. I'll hit you in the head with this. I will hit you on the head with this. And so the universe did. And I got the clarity about the twin flame situation. As soon as enough things had happened 3 years into our connection, enough things had happened by that point that allowed me to understand. Like when somebody first told me about twin flames, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's it. And there was absolutely no denying it. I was 1000% clear that what I was dealing with was a twin. Um, and that was kind of the kickoff to my fun little journey. So much fun. And then a year later, in 2019, I think I not pressed the like button. I just saw Marie's comment come through. A year later, I started my channel, and the rest is history. Yeah, the Snoop Bamboos, they are everything. Everything. Okay, Diva, you are first. Oh no, wait, Diva's not here. That was my last one. See some. Okay, got it. Let me see some of my other payment app. Oh my gosh, do you guys just like to hang out with me? Do none of you want a reading? Because it's fine if you guys just want to hang out. I like hanging out with you. That's fun for me too, but I have things I need to do. I'll kick it for a little while if nobody wants a reading. Totally cool with me, but if you want a reading, now is a good time to make your payment, because if there's nobody who wants one, then I will go ahead and let Guys Grocery Games tickle my tongue until I get a pizza I can put in my belly. You're sneaking in from hell, empowered goddess. Where do you work, girl, if that's where you're coming from? What is your job? Should we save you? Do one of us need to hire you? That sounds awful. Megan, I got your payment, sweetie. Bring you Cheetos. You two are hilarious. Megan, I have your payment, sweet pea. Feel free to go ahead and paste your question and the birth details that I need. And I'll go ahead and do your chart, Lady Megan. Thank you so much. I'm happy to read for you. Reminds me I should get my notebook together so I can keep a list. But I'm happy to answer other questions, general questions, not really personal questions. I don't do personal questions. But if anyone has any other questions, I am happy to answer them. For those of you who don't know me, I'm talking about Walmart. I'm a light worker. I don't dwell down there. Oh, empowered goddess, you got me on that one, honey. You got me. Woo, that was hilarious. Yeah, we've all seen the Walmart videos. We know what goes on up in there. People come in there to misbehave. You can see humanity's finest in a Walmart. Jeez Louise. Thank goodness there's a light worker in there shedding some, brightness and some love. Okay. So we've got Megan and Jamie on the list. All right, Megan, let's hit it, girl. I'm going to go ahead and pull up this chart and you'll see how it works. Thank you for being a first timer and the first read of today. Hey, Jamie, I got your payment, sweetheart. Welcome. So you're after Megan. Awesome. Let me go ahead and do this and share the screen. Yeah, all of humanity's finest up in the Walmart. You really see everything. Okay. Megan M. Minnie. Thank you so much for trusting me, Megan. I appreciate it. Okay, Megan, Beverly, Mass. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. 2/25, 1991. 7:42 a.m. Okay, Megan. What's your question, my love? What can I answer for you today? How can I support you? Okay, I'm gonna leave. Oh, let me stop that. Turn that down. Okay, cool. I'm not really sure what to ask, but I guess if you can do a union chart, maybe just to see if I have met my twin flame already, what's blocking us, maybe. Haha, I'm not sure what to ask. All good, honey. I'll guide you through this. Thank you so much for going first and for trusting me. For me to be able to pull up a union chart for you, and this is for anyone else who's new, welcome. I do need instead to have the day, time, and location the two of you met. Um, and to be able to look at, where things are at between the two of you right now. However, since I have your chart up, Megan, what I'm going to do is look at what's going on for you personally, and I'll tell you anything that I pick up for the gentlemans that you got. The one thing I cannot offer is twin flame confirmation checks. But Spiritual Baddie Tarot, she can offer that for, she can tell you if you've met your twin, if the person you're dealing with and thinking of is your twin. And she can do that both for a personal reading or she can do that. I don't know. Do you do that on the lives? I think she just does it on the personal readings. And then there's like a healing that comes with it, and information and insight that comes with it. And then I also know Charlotte from Happy Twins 1111 also provides this service. I think it can be incredibly useful if you know yourself to be prone to patterns of codependency to get a twin flame confirmation check. If you've known in your history that you're the kind of person who just, holds on, can't let go, relationships, you find yourself enmeshed in them, you can't separate your energy from the other person's energy. And there's always some level of like, them needing you, you needing them, and not a lot of independence in the connection. A twin flame confirmation check can help you better understand what's going on. Um, okay, so that's that. Um, and then we'll go ahead and do Megan's read. Megan, give me one more moment to answer these two questions, and then I will tune into what your chart wants to tell us at this moment. So, Empowered Goddess, the 2222 is a single question reading. So think about whatever your question is, and try to make it specific as opposed to a what's coming up for me kind of question. Um, Try to make it specific so that you can really get value in this. Hey, lady love, welcome, honey. Um, if you're stuck on what to ask, things that I encourage my clients to consider are things like where are you stuck in your life? Where are you struggling to make your goals a reality? Where are things not working out or coming in as a surprise, kind of out of left field for you that you'd like to understand what the lesson is about on those things? Um, and those are ways to utilize this mini reading. The other way you can use it is to look at yourself instead of just what's going on. When you're looking at yourself in a mini reading, questions that make sense are things like, if I have an intuitive gift, what is it? Like, how is it working? You know, what is it? What are my challenges and my personality that I'm going to have to navigate? Like, how can I navigate those better? Chances are you know what those are. um, you can also ask about, if you want to know about yourself, you can also ask about, relationships, between you and mom and dad and your childhood stuff. And then the other great thing to look at with a mini reading, for those of you who are new, are things like your past. Like, why did certain things go the way they did, 10 years ago when everything went to hell in a handbasket? Or what was going on when, I broke up with that person we had that split on this day and time, or, when I got those 5 job offers all at one time, what was going on and how was I supposed to know which one I could choose? Um, in terms of the self piece, just to go back to that, another fabulous question you can ask about yourself is, what's my lifelong lesson? Like, what did I incarnate to learn via soul contract? And Megan, if this is giving you any clarity, feel free to pop in a new question instead of something general. Feel free to pop in a new question or a specific question, because I'm happy to answer a specific question for you as you're listening to this, because I know you're new and I really want you to have a really good experience. Um, I got it, Becca. So I definitely want to give you something that can work for you, Megan. And so the what's your lifelong lesson thing, it has to do with, the most significant relationships in your life, the ones you're kind of pulled to, are always going to showcase that and tell you about what that is. And the most significant experience in your life are always going to help you focus on that. Knowing what that is can make your life significantly easier. Um, we can also look at life purpose for you, or like mission or soul calling things. It's another great thing to ask in like personally. Um, so those are things that I think are, really, really, really helpful um, to ask about. Um, so yeah, Megan, if you have anything more specific, let me know. I'll give you a second um, to put in a question. Because you said you weren't really sure what to ask, and I figured I would just kind of give that overview for you and for everyone else who's new and this is their first time. I'm so grateful that you would be willing to trust me with something that you're unfamiliar with. I'll make it as gentle as possible. Um, okay, so things get really crazy at night at Walmart. Oh my gosh, empowered goddess, the stories you must have to tell. Hey ZJ, welcome. Energy Day Moon. So what if I don't remember the date because it was over 20 years ago? We are married. Yay for twins in union. You still pull the info. Yeah, energy. I can still do a lot if you have your marriage date, because a marriage date is a very definitive new cycle that you two are in. It's like a hard line of starting a very new, you know, series of events between you and another person, because it's both a spiritual and a 3D world contract. And that kind of switch in terms of who you are to one another and to the world, sets up an entire new set of experiences that lets us know what's going on in the connection. So, Energy Day Moon, we can look at your wedding date. Megan loves Charlotte. Good. I'm so glad you know who she is. Empowered Goddess, quick cue. What does the 2222 cover? Because I don't necessarily have any questions, because I've been drawing a blank there these days. Like, I just don't have a desire to know anymore. Empowered Goddess, don't send me a payment then until you think of one. Think of something based on the stuff we just talked about. And if you have a question, great. If you don't, awesome. If you just want to hang out and see what messages come in for you. Okay. Uh, it's not bad to not want to know. Sometimes, especially during the Juno retrograde, there's just a lot of opportunity for us to seek our own internal wisdom. Um, Welcome, Becca. Becca, I got your payment. You're on the list. So glad you emailed Marie. Um, I think a good conversation with Marie will help you out a lot in formulating the compassion, clarity, and relaxation you need to like get your nervous system off of high alert. Spiritual baddie, twin flame confirmations only personal, so we get nice and deep in the core. Thank you, Kate. You're welcome. Marie, if you could paste your email in the chat, please, so people who need a twin flame confirmation can find you, that would be fantastic. Um, I agree with Energy Day Moon. Nothing is wrong on the journey. Welcome, Gemini Princess. I'm so happy to see you here. Thank you so much. Oh, Marie, you may have missed it, but on your other channel, Gemini Princess lost her wrench. You can, and that was sad. We were like, no, where's Jemmy's wrench? So on one of your channels, she needs to be a mod again. Um, okay, question for spiritual baddie. Lady Love got your payment. Blah blah blah. Amaya, is frequent deja vu a symptom of coming closer? All right, hang on, Amaya. Let me come back to that and focus in on Megan. Yeah, Megan, we can do twin flame stuff for sure. Life purpose would be good. You've always struggled with that. Okay, cool. Megan, let's dig into that and then we'll come back to the more general questions. So, right now, the list is only Megan and then Jamie and then Becca and anyone who else that's just joining who wants to read, you're more than welcome to. Those are the payment links. Um, Let me get back to our girl Megan's chart. Okay, so Megan wants to know about life purpose. And to best understand that, we're going to look here at the 10th house and midheaven, the highest point in her chart. We're also going to look here at second house, which is how money comes in for her. We're going to look at first house and the rulers of the first house to better understand who she is at her core nature. Then we're going to look at fifth house to understand creativity and the kind of energy she's meant to birth and create on planet Earth. We're going to look at the rulers of that house, which includes her moon and also includes her sun, since that's Cancer and Leo. Okay. So, right off the bat, the first thing I'm picking up as I'm looking at these placements here is a really deep spiritual understanding of your life and how you feel and what's going on and who you are, a really deep understanding of these things. I can see you are a very spiritual person, and a big piece of being so spiritual has to do with having a gift around um, mm, it looks like you have a spiritual gift to translate what's happening in the world of spirit that gets communicated to your physical body, Megan. You have a way of being able to turn that into words. You have a way of translating information from the spiritual realm, both through clairsentience and claircognizance, into words that people can understand. Um, so, I mean, let me know, Megan, if any of that is ringing a bell for you. Where sometimes people can be going through stuff, and you may have noticed this a lot in childhood, that people kind of went through stuff and they may not have said anything, but it was just obvious to you what was going on. Not only did you also feel it and sense it, but you had a way to articulate it and name it for people in a way that you could probably do it better than they could do it themselves. So when I look at these particular spiritual gifts that you have, hun, Megan, what I'm really seeing is, life purpose wise, a chance to uh, support people with their physical healing, and can reconnecting their mind to their body. So many people are dissociated from their physical bodies. And I see here that you have a real ability to help people get back into their body, be sovereign in their body, and understand the message that their body's trying to give them. Megan says, completely rings a bell. I've always been able to pick up on others' emotions really easily. Yeah. And so you're always going to be like that. You were built like that. Um, but in terms of how to turn that, that's going to be a piece of your life purpose, right? Is like really giving people the chance to get more fully reconnected to their physical body and get their mind and body back on the same page, because so often people miss the messages from their body. They don't really understand um you know, how they should be taking care of their body. They're ignoring their body, they're checked out. And so giving people the chance to do that reconnect. I mean, occupations that this suit includes, like yoga teacher, physical therapist, energy healer, any kind of work like chiropractic, network chiropractic, anything that bridges the gap between mind and body. Um, through the context of spirit is going to support you in making that next step. Okay. Awesome. All right. So, Megan, that's what I would say for you in terms of life purpose. No matter what profession you choose, that is always going to be there in your energy field. And the more that you can kind of just do that work without needing to, keep it off to the side of your professional world, the easier your life is going to get because it'll be like you just getting paid to be yourself. Okay, Megan? Hopefully that was helpful for you, dear one. Who's my Bloomington person? I got a payment from a Bloomington person. Jamie, it's your turn, baby cakes, and I know I have charts for you. Um, awesome. Awesome, Megan. Thanks again for being the first one today. Um, I'm so glad that some of this resonated for you. Stay subscribed. I do live mini readings on a regular. When you're ready, if you want to, we can do a personal reading or a twin flame reading. Okay. Jamie, you're next. Let me know which chart I'm reading for you. And then Becca, same for you. You're going to be after Jamie. Okay, Christy. Awesome. Thank you so much, Christy. I appreciate that. You are after Andy. I saw Andy come in as well. Oh, good, Megan. Good. I'm happy this was helpful. So we've got Jamie, Becca, Andy, and then Christy, and then anyone else who wants to get on the list can. The list is definitely open. Okay, so let's see. Got you. Yep, Christy. Got it. Jamie, tell me which chart I'm pulling up for you, babes. Um, Tell me which chart and we will get into it. This is your first time watching. Do you do personal full chart readings like privately? I absolutely do. You can email me, Joy. You can email me at this address, and then I'll send you an autoresponder that clarifies exactly how to get a personal reading for me. The personal reading list and twin flame reading list shows up or opens up next week for the general public. And for those of you who are on my private list, it opened up this week. It actually opened up today. I always like to give my private list members first access to things. So there's the link to the list. If you are not on the list yet, I highly recommend you join. Jamie, I'm going to go ahead and pull up your chart and welcome, Joy. It's so great to have you here. This mini reading situation. It's a great way to get a sense of how I read, what I look at, and what your private reading will be like. In that autoresponder, definitely check your spam or your promotions folder. In that autoresponder, once you email me, you'll get details about what the readings cost. You'll get readings information about what comes in a reading, how long a reading is, whether or not it's recorded, all of that good stuff is in that autoresponder. Soon to be a website, which I'm very excited about. Getting that under control. You're welcome, Joy. You're very welcome. I love your name. That was one of the themes that came up when I did a Snoop on Boo earlier with Marie, and in the channeled messages that she put out, HIJ Jamie, the channeled messages that she put out for Twin Flames for Mercury retrograde. In there, she talked about the necessity of finding of maintaining a vibration of joy. Now, I don't know if you actually said that, Marie. You probably didn't. Now that I think about it, but dang, if that transmission didn't come through for me. So hang out, Joy, and you'll get a sense of how things go. There was one question that came up that I want to go back to. Let's see. Hey, intuitive reader, the revert. Thank you for joining. Hang on, where was the question? And then Amaya's on the list. Okay, hang on. What is the 2222 cover? Question for Marie. Amaya, is frequent deja vu a symptom of coming closer to your twin flame? I've tried to look it up, but I haven't had any answers. Does anyone know? Okay, that wasn't for me. That was for the general chat. I don't know, Amaya. I used to have a lot of deja vu as a child and as a young adult, but I don't have a lot of deja vu now that I'm older. I have an ex who had a ton of deja vu, like a ton of it right after we met, but I don't really know. Lady Love, good questions to ask about our twin flame or the journey. Okay. And an energy for union chart, she's going to need it, hun. I definitely needed time, location, and a date that you two met for a union chart. Okay, good questions about twin flame and the journey. Jamie, give me 1 second to answer this general question so that people understand what they can ask about twin flame for those who are new. I know a lot of you are new. Welcome. I appreciate you being here. Please hit the like button. Good things to ask are, we're in a place of non communication and I don't understand why, or our communication always breaks down in this particular place and I don't understand why. Can you help me understand why our communication breaks? That's actually a really good question for a personal twin flame reading because in that reading, I can look at the position of your Mercury and their Mercury and help you understand how you both are built to understand and communicate. And with the position of each of your Venuses, I can understand the way you're both meant to understand love and help identify the love language piece for each of you. I can't really do that deep in a personal reading or in a mini reading, only because the mini readings, I can only look at one chart. So, but what I can do in a mini reading for twin flames is, if you pick their chart, I can help you understand what's going on for them. And, if they've told you already, oh, I have to get a divorce or a separation, or they need to, because you're not going to get into a throuple. Some people do the throuple thing once they've met the twin. They want to keep the soulmate and keep the twin, and everyone's good with it. You can do that. Um, and we can look at, in their chart, either when the thrupleness will go down or like when a good time for when they may potentially initiate, their separation and follow through on it. Sometimes, the universe makes the invitation, but people don't always jump. They don't always move. They don't always go to the party. They ask for an invitation and then the divine creates the party and says, send your RSVP, and then they don't go. And it's like, what was the point of this? So yeah. For you, like I can talk to you about the kind of energy you're bringing onto the planet as a divine feminine. For them, the kind of energy they're bringing onto the planet as a divine masculine, what their challenges and blocks are right now, depending on if it's your chart or their chart. And in the union chart specifically, it's more so about, where you guys are at in the journey overall. So good questions, Becca. Good question. Okay, Jamie, I still have your chart up. Just give me a second. I'm getting to it. Amaya, you're on the list. Okay, cool. Just making sure I'm caught up on these questions. Cool. I'm excited to talk to you too, Lady Love. Oh, you cleansed the channels on the Leo full moon, but Jemmy got her wrench back. Good. Megan rings a bell. Okay, go on, go on. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Jamie got your chart up. Cool, cool, cool. Thank you so much for liking the video, everyone. Yeah, enjoy some life, empowered goddess. Spa day. I'm with it. Jamie, it's you, babe. Thanks everyone for standing by for those public service announcements. I really appreciate it. You guys are the best. Um, it's just Beth. It's not very many. In fact, there's after Jamie, there's Lady Love, Andy, and Amaya, and then that's it. All right, Jamie, here we go, boo. Let's get this party started. Jamie, what's your question, sweet pea? What am I answering for you? Um, and make sure I have the right date, May 14th, 1980, 5:05 a.m. Orange, California. Okay. Um, list is definitely open if anybody, while Jamie gives me her question. Oh, awesome, Sounded Love. Thank you for letting me know. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm so grateful that you've joined. Let me go ahead and place the mini reading message. And then Jamie, hook me up with your cue and I'll go ahead and answer it for you. Okay. Yeah, stick around, Sounded Love. The what's it called? The These mini readings will give you a sense of what it's like to get a reading from me. And then if you want to get a personal reading, you can. Just email me at chrysalismoon@gmail.com. If you still want to fish me out, you totally can. There's a private list that I do that allows people to get, updates and know, when the list and the calendar opens. New career change soon. Got it, Jamie. Get on that private list with that EAP URL, and that will help you understand and help you know for sure. Okay, so here's your Saturn. If you want to play with me, it's an easier way to get to know me before jumping into spending money with me if you want. But hey, if you want a reading, don't let me stop you. Go ahead and pay me, man. I'm good with that. Okay, career change. Yes, the answer is absolutely yes. See here at the top of your chart, your midheaven is governed by the sign of Saturn, which sits here at 20 degrees Virgo. Trining that is transiting Saturn at your midheaven at 26 degrees Capricorn, harmonious signs. It's going to be a positive career change, but it's definitely going to take some work and some effort. And it may come with an ending of something that wasn't necessarily of your choosing unless you're actively looking right now, especially because Pluto's here. It may feel a little bit like this ending comes before you're ready. And especially if you're not already looking, but it's definitely on its way. And then very quickly, before you very quickly before things, or very quickly after things shift, you see this Jupiter here, which is expansion and opportunity, growth and luck. Very quickly after things shift, Jupiter gets out here to 23 degrees and it's like, and now we will give her a new job. In fact, we will give her 3 job opportunities. You're actively looking. Okay, perfect. So yeah, it does look like 2 things could happen. You either find the right thing or you find a temporary thing that's like right for like the next 6 months during this Jupiter retrograde that goes on from May 14th through September 13th. So you find something now that gets you through September or October. That may happen. And then you find like after Jupiter's done going retrograde, then you find like the perfect thing. The other way that this can play out is like, you get, excused from a job that you have right now. And then, there's like a short period of time where it's not certain what you're going to do. Then Jupiter goes direct and then boom, the perfect opportunity comes in. And then the third way that this could play out is it's like, you leave or you get demoted, but then you go back to old stuff, like an old job comes back during Jupiter retrograde. and or an old role that you have within the same company comes back during the Jupiter retrograde, and that old role then becomes the launch point for the new thing, the new career. But yeah, definitely 2020, you're getting a new career, 1000%. New career, new path, new job, it's all coming for you. And it's definitely by 2021 coming with more money, girl. Definitely. All right. Most likely it's going to come with more money this year. All right. Jamie, good luck, baby. I'm excited for you. Okay, so we also had someone make a payment come through. Let me just see who this was. Transformation. Who's my transformation person who has transformation in their payment name? Oh, internet, you're so much faster than you used to be. I want you to be even faster. Okay, yeah. Okay, it's just Beth. We got you, babe. You're on, Beth, you're on the list. Okay, honey? You're welcome, Jamie, sweet pea. Just try to, stay calm and keep your thoughts positive, Jamie, because the one thing you don't want to do is if you're invited to either leave the job or you get demoted before you're ready, just know that either way, the right thing is coming. It's coming before the end of 2020 and it's going to come with more money than you're making now. So just stay faithful. Stay in a positive energy, put positive vibration out so that you don't slow your manifestation down. Okay. All right. So that's Jamie. Lady Love, it's all you. Which chart am I looking at, Lady Love? Thank you, Marie. I appreciate that. Lady Love, what chart am I looking for? And after Lady Love, then we have Andy. Andy, are you here? I haven't seen you in the chat. And if it's not Andy, is it Andrea? Who's Andrea? No, Sipa Swan, you can still join the list. Welcome. Where's Andrea? I don't see you, babes. Lady Love. Okay, we'll pull his up. While I'm pulling his up, Lady Love, you give me the question. Yeah, I have it. Let me you paste the question, Andy. Oh, okay, cool. Andy, cool. I was like, where is she at? Haven't seen her in the chat. Andy, you're after Lady Love. And as soon as I'm done with her, if you would paste the question. Andy, in fact, I think I have your chart. Confirm for me if I have the chart I'm supposed to read or not, Andy. Newton Mass. Okay, got it. Oh, I have the meet date and I have you, but I don't have him back up. Okay, cool. We're going to pull up his now. Okay. So, oh, he was born on solstice. Why do I feel like I've seen his chart though before? There's something about a Neptune sun thing. It could just be the stuff you told me already about him. Okay. And why are you still here? I'm thinking about you, girl. I hope you're good. Just saying hey to you, girl. You're on my mind. Let me know if I text me later, lady love. I mean, MY, if you're still here. Holla at you, girl. I got questions for you. Okay, cool. Okay. There we go. Andy, go ahead and get your question ready. And then after Andy, we have Christy. So Andy and Christy, if you could go ahead and get your questions ready. And then the details for me, if you could go ahead and paste them, that would be fantastic when I call your name. Okay. Andy, baby. Oh, not Andy. Becca, baby, let's go ahead with this. Here he is. Yep. There's that Neptune situation. Haven't heard from him in 3 weeks. Longest he's been quiet ever. Yeah, he's probably not gonna leave you alone, baby cakes. He's probably not gonna. You'll hear from him again. He ain't going nowhere, hun. He is not going anywhere. He's just resisting himself right now, which you knew when the whole thing went down, right? When that whole situation went down, um, he was in the process of resisting himself, which includes you as a part of himself. Um, so looking here, Empowered Goddess, I'm going to ask you to take questions about Marie's pricing and her readings over to her inbox and her channel so that you don't confuse people on my channel. Okay, baby? If you would go ahead and retract your question, that would be great because I don't want people who are confused about Marie's pricing and my pricing to hold it against me. Okay, Empowered Goddess, I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, man, Lady Love. Yeah, shadow version of him, like, whoa. Okay, yeah, totally. Um, what I'm seeing here in terms of what's going on with him, yeah, there's just like a stack of retrogrades that are just like piling up and about to continue to pile up. Oh, this man, he likes to do things this way. Okay. 29th degree of Sag. What's going on at, okay. Ruler of the seventh house. Um, okay. Yeah. Okay. It's this. I think that's the thing that's going on. And on top of all of this business, but yeah. Okay. So he's just sorting out his confusion, hun. That's all. I mean, he knows that what he told you and then what he did are diametrically opposed. He's not a stupid man, not by any sense. Um, like you can see in a chart when someone struggles mentally. He struggles mentally somewhat, but not enough for me to be like, he just doesn't get it. This man knows what he did. Um, that being said, when I look here, what just happened 3 weeks ago was the Venus transit to his north node here in the sign of Pisces, which can be about confusion and the shadow and addiction. And then Venus conjunct Neptune, 3 weeks ago. What I'm seeing going on at this point is him just trying to sort out, especially through this Mercury retrograde. What did I just do? And to some degree, there might even be a little bit of like, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's going to be fine. Just keep going. Just keep going. You weren't ready for, marrying Becca anyway. It's fine. Just keep going. There might be a little bit of that going on, hun. Um, and that's like, it's fine. Like, just let him move through the machinations of his mind. Let him move through his process because it's through getting into this process that he comes to the clarity. And it looks like it takes him almost the year because I'm looking at the water sign Mercury retrogrades that are coming all this year. It looks like it takes him almost the year, if not, to this, the Cancer Mercury retrograde, for him to kind of get through a bit of, oh my God, what did I just do? But it was a big enough break in his reality. It was a big enough break in his spirit and in his mind. Like the actions he took was a big enough break where this is going to take him a little while to reconcile the kind of like extreme nature of his choices. And I can see here as a person, I mean, listen, Becca, y- y- you're dealing with an extreme man, which I know you knew. Um, this little configuration right here, he was always an extremist. He was never not that, sweetheart. And I know you knew that. This man could go from 0 to 100 in 20 seconds. Um, on his choices, his decisions, his passions, his desire to like throw himself into a new circumstance. That's just his nature. And he's always been like that. So, some of it is unfortunately, a little bit. I never saw that movie Wreck-It Ralph, but the way he learns is a little bit like going through life like bumper cars. And he needs to throw himself into one direction fully to understand that, oh, that's what this direction was. Got it. Um, and that whole thing will help him. Yeah, Becca, I hope he goes to detox too. He's brilliant. That's why I don't know why he would give up his best friend. Yeah. He is brilliant. He's a brilliant person, but some of it, like, his mind moves so fast. Sometimes it takes a while for his spirit and his life to catch up. And that's one of the challenges is that he struggles with, getting things into alignment and being grounded. And especially if, there's substances involved, that kind of thing can definitely cloud judgment. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it is good. He needs the time to work his process, and that's what's going on here. He's working his process. Okay. Mm, yep, Andy got you. And then who just came in? Somebody else came in on the list. Rachel. Rachel, I have you, honey. Thank you so much, Rachel. I really appreciate you making your payment. Um, Andy, it's your turn, honey. What question can I answer for you, and what chart am I looking at? You're welcome, lady love. You're welcome. One thing, um, he'll get there. He'll get there, lady love. It's going to take him his time. And, fortunately for you, the beautiful thing about this experience, um, while Andy posts her question, uh, what you need to know, something you haven't heard a dozen times, breakthrough stuff. Hilarious, Andy. I may not have a breakthrough for you today. The breakthrough might be that you heard it the 100th time, honey. And my guides don't channel for people personally. She said, yeah, girl, your girl needs a breakthrough. Where are you stuck, Andy? Tell me where you're stuck and we can see what we can facilitate in terms of a breakthrough. But my guides channel for the collective. They don't really channel personally stuff. Sometimes I get intuitive hits. Okay, I definitely have your chart if it's Lexington, Kentucky, because I only have like 2 people from Kentucky I've ever read from. And then after Andy, we have Christy. So Christy, go ahead and get your question prepared and your birth details for me. Okay, here you go. Yep. 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 That's good. It's good for you to receive it. It's good for you to receive that. Um, Remind me, write this down, Becca, because I'm not going to remember it, but it's coming up for me right now to tell you to talk to TR's Tarot Talk Frick 1111. That's who you need to talk to. Tracy at TR's Tarot Talk 1111. Her story is very similar to yours. Very, very similar from my understanding. I don't know all the details, but I think you should talk to TR. Um, They're very selective or collective. Is that look at you, word nerd. Fellow nerds unite. Um, yeah, they deal with people on the whole. If you want a personal breakthrough, you need to talk to Marie about that. I don't do personal breakthroughs. Um, yeah, honey, I know. I know you were hoping I would say he was done with the karmic, but the fact is you're still triggered by it, which means there's still more for you to work through on it, which means there's probably also still more for him to work through on it, which means that neither of you is ready. And the wanting him to just be done with it so that you guys could go back to doing what you're doing is just an indication of the denial that's in there. That's like, I'm still trying not to face this thing that went on. And trying not to face the thing that went on is the exact thing that's going to stop you from being able to be clear about why it went down in the first place and what was your contribution to it. As an adult who was choosing to be in a relationship with someone who had these kind of extremist tendencies. There are ways in which, if he's abandoning himself, you abandon yourself. If it's happening over there, it's happening over here. And we got to look at that stuff. And no amount of him leaving the karmic now is going to help you. It's just going to further indulge the fantasy that there's nothing to deal with. We can just sail off into union. And the reality is the universe is showing both of you at this point in time. That's not real. What's real is that you have stuff to deal with. You can't just sail off into union at this moment in time because there's stuff for you to both be looking at and learning. And the more you focus on what's going on over there, the less you get to understand the necessity of focusing on yourself and why you have to focus on yourself at this time. So, moving on to Andy. A couple of things I'm seeing, girlfriend, that stand out right away is that this Mercury retrograde is going to deeply impact some of your twin flame connection. I don't know what's going on over there with the two of you, but there's definitely going to be A, insight, and B, telepathic communication ramping up in a significant way in the Mercury retrograde time. And so the shadow has already begun. The exact dates of Mercury retrograde for Pisces is February 17th through March 10th. What's about to happen, because this impacts both Pisces and Aquarius, both your sixth house and your seventh house of committed partnerships. Sixth house, ancient astrology, means enslavement, is both of you are going to come to greater understanding and acceptance of how tied you are together, how inescapable this connection is, and how necessary it is for you to just freaking surrender already. Give it over. Stop fighting this. I don't know who's fighting it, if it's you, if it's him, or if it's both of you guys. But this Mercury retrograde is going to force the two of you to stop pretending like you can manipulate this into something, like you can shut it down, turn it off, walk away, make this something it's not, all of that. That's kind of the big thing that you definitely need to pay attention to, because this particular Mercury retrograde, the other thing I can see for you here is that this Mercury retrograde is going to bring up stuff. Who is your Mercury talking to? Why do I feel like it's talking to your dad? Yeah. Andy, there's some healing that needs to go down. Yeah, with the kind of dad you had, and the kind of man he was to your mother. If you have a stepmom, the kind of man he was to that stepmom. And what I'm seeing here is a combination. The block I'm seeing here pretty loud and clear in your chart that's coming through. This is an intuitive hit. This is not from my guides. But the block I'm seeing here is that dad is both on a pedestal, and not only is dad on a pedestal, dad is also both, but I don't want a partner like him. It's like this weird bipolar dichotomy where it's like, no one can live up to him and simultaneously Uh, and that's my gold standard of a man and a partner. No one can live up to that. And simultaneously, it's I don't want anything like him. It's some sort of, and that may not be the exact dichotomy or polar thing going on here, but what's being shown to me is that whatever the split is in your dad concept, that template of man, that template of partner, whatever that is, this Mercury retrograde is meant to help you surface it and heal it so it can stop getting in the way of your twin flame connection. All right, Andy. Um, yes, thank you. Yeah, Tiara's Tarot Talk. I'm glad you emailed me because I was gonna forget that. I will email you her. All right. Andy, nailing it. Okay, cool. I'm glad that resonated, Andy. What I would recommend is healing stuff. Anything you can do, Andy. Christy, it is your turn, babes. Go ahead, Christy, and place your question. But yeah, Andy, what I'd recommend over the course of this Mercury retrograde is some healing stuff. Whatever you need to do. Like, so one thing that I did a while ago was QHHT, quantum healing hypnosis technique, has Venus and Mercury and Pisces. Yeah, expect that telepathic communication to just like get off the chisane. It's about to get loud between the two of you. But it's only loud so that you can start to like reconcile the dad stuff. Okay. Um, and surrender to the connection and separate, like get the block that you have around dad out of the way of the connection on your side. All right. Venus and Mercury, but yeah, you got to get the block out of the way. So whatever healing stuff you can do, QHHT will help. I love QHHT because it helps you clarify. Christy, while we're waiting on your question, I'll just explain this. As soon as we get your question, Christy, we'll dive in. QHHT is a type of past life regression, but the beautiful thing about it is that it dials into a past life that has relevance to this exact moment and then focuses you in on your higher self. Yeah, okay, Andy. Yeah. So there's like, yeah, oh, that's deep, Andy. Okay, so yeah, the thing to ask in a QHHT is why did I pick this dad? Because the higher self is the bridge between those past lives and this life that can help you clarify what the lesson is between the lesson is for you in choosing someone who was a great dad, bad partner. Because those are two very different things. Great dad, bad partner, same human. When you have that kind of schism and that kind of break, it can really cause a breakdown for us when we go into relationships as adult until we've resolved that. Okay. So QHHT can help. I also highly recommend Root Camp with Lee and Sherry. I think Lady Love mentioned that. At Lee and Sherry Twin Flames, they really do a lot. We need a live resources list. Yeah, the root camp can really help you clarify, the break that you have. In terms of what the issues are. There's someone else too who does work with the parents and helps you really reconcile these things. He has that one blemish on his otherwise spotless record. At 20, when it was revealed, I adopted the belief that all men cheat. Andy. Okay. Check out Kavita J. Patel. She does something called the parent work. And I've heard of her from my past. That's, I think, probably going to be the most breakthrough thing for you. The parent work with Kavita. Because that work really facilitates you having the conversations in the 3D world that you need to have with dad. I know it sounds tough and makes you want to vomit a little bit in your mouth and pee in your pants, but it facilitates you having the kind of conversation that can free you. Um, you know, that's one of the things I think is going to be a breakthrough for you in your twin flame connection and in relationships all the way around. Okay. All right, Christy, let's get into this. But yeah, Kavita has a website and a blog where she talks about some of this stuff. But I would go ahead and check that stuff out because she can really help you break through and clean this up in a matter of months so that it's no longer a block in your twin flame journey. I've seen so many twin flames who never clean this stuff up. And, they're in this for like 20, 30 years, resentful, bitter, not having any connection because they don't realize that the break is in them and it's just getting externalized in their connection. And they have to heal their own childhood stuff, in order to get to the connection. Uh, yeah, Andy, clean this up. This Mercury retrograde's a great time to clean it up, Andy. Christy, Indianapolis, Indiana. Why do I feel like I have your chart? Because I remember those eights, but I'm just gonna create this since we're already here. 1985, 3:30 p.m. Okay. Lady love, just do one thing at a time, honey. I would start with root camp since you're a twin dealing with twin things. Just start with that, lady love. I want to heal all the healings. One thing at a time, girl, one thing at a time. You just need to get your nervous system back to stability, lady love. You've been through a great shock, and this is going to take some time to digest. Christy, what's your question, baby cakes? After Christy, we have Amaya. So Amaya and Beth, if you could both get your questions ready, that would be great. Because as soon as I'm done with Christy, I'll roll right into your meetings reading. So Amaya, Beth, Rachel, and Oana. I don't even know if I'm saying your name correctly, Oana. But if I have, go me. If I have not, I want to know the pronunciation. Tell me. How do I say your name, Oana? Looks like a beautiful name. Um, uh, uh, uh. Let's see. Let's refresh this. Come on, don't, little payment app. I need you to not freeze on me now. Okay. Ying? Ah, okay. And then let me just see what's going on over here. I want to chow. Chow on. Chow on. Okay. Okay. Yiling. Okay. Great. Awesome. Okay. Um, okay, so let me just see how I say. Ying, you are going to be after Oana Chow. Okay. All right. Tsipa, you have a fit call in 15 minutes and I'll have to hop off. I haven't heard you call my name, but I paid a bit of Tsipa, what is your name? Is your payment name Sipa? Because I haven't seen it come through. What is the payment account you made your payment from, Sipa? Because I don't see anything in Venmo or PayPal from a SIPA. And what is the name on that payment account? If it's not SIPA. Amaya, you're next, baby. Amaya, you're next. And then Chow, it's not your turn yet. Hold your question until it's your turn. As one. Wow. All right, one. That's a dope name. But one, it's not your turn yet. Let's see. We're gonna get there. Hey, fiery Aries, welcome. I'm so happy you're here. Um, yeah, see, but double check your payment details for me, because I want to make sure I get to you. And if um, you can come back after your call, then I'll just read you when you come back. Um, that's the details, fiery Aries. Welcome. Happy you are here. Um, okay, and then one, just hold that. I need you to repaste that information when I come to your turn. But right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 people in front of you. Christy. I think Christy gave me her information already. Yeah, I have Christy up. So let's go ahead and read Christy while Tsipa gives me the information. Okay, Christy. What is Christy's question? Some guidance with whatever comes through and trust that I needed to hear. Oh, honey, that's so general. I don't know what you need to hear, but it would be helpful if you told me where you're stuck. Leo sun, Virgo moon. Yeah, baby cakes, I don't know what you need to know. Okay, Tsipa, cool. We'll be on a while because I have to go. Yeah, I'll be on a little bit if more people pay. Empowered Goddess. I'm just working the list. So, but I know you're at work, so just do what you got to do on your shift, baby. And when you're done, we'll see if I'm still here. Christy, do you have a twin, sweetheart? Christy, do you have a twin, and are you and your twin in some form of non-really communicating? Actually, it looks like you should be in some form of communication, even if it's a light. Um, what was your last question, Christy? You said, all I see is I just want to know if there's guidance. Oh, you want to know about career, Christy. Okay, thank you. That's much more focused and I can help you with that. Okay, so career-wise, ruler of your midheaven, ruling sign is Libra, ruling planet is Venus. Venus sits here in the sign of Cancer in your seventh house of committed partnership. Ruled by the moon, which is in home sign Virgo, ancient ruler of Virgo is moon. What I'm seeing here for you is that it looks like you might be a little bit at a stuck point career-wise and contemplating perhaps going back to school. Let's dig deeper. Are you thinking about going back to school, Christy, to get certain career things in order, to make certain career moves happen? Um, because what I'm seeing here is that if you were to do that, now would be a good time. Like the now time would be ideal for you to make that move. And whatever program you go through, even if it's just like a little 1 year certification program, as opposed to like a full on, like, I'm going to do, a 5 year baccalaureate, or it doesn't have to be anything like that. If you just do like a 1 year certification, it looks like it amps up your ability to make money in 2021. Like your money jumps. In fact, it jumps big time in 2021 if you go back to school now. You got a twin brother. Okay, got you. Um, so if you're thinking about going back to school, that's fortuitous. If you also have a business partner, It looks like there may be some reevaluation of that partnership and a little bit of looking at whether or not it might be time to let that partnership go and more step out into your own, or um, is it solo time? Yeah, it might be solo time, like time to start the process of creating your own thing if you've got a business partner. If you do not have a business partner, the other way this energy could play out, if you've got a business, um, is that it's time to find one, honey. You've gone as far as you can go without it. Um, so a collaborative effort could really go a long way. I definitely see that there's a constriction that's showing up here around your finances a little bit, making you have to work a little bit harder for the money. She works hard for the money. Um, you graduated a year ago. Oh, okay. So you already did the school thing. You started a business. Perfect. You're stuck. You're stuck because you need a business partner. Um, let's just see. Yeah. Okay. 29 degrees. So hard for it, honey. Okay, so it's even less of a business partner and more of a business mentor. Um, yeah, you need a mentor. That's why. That's why you're stuck. You did the right thing. You went to the right school. You did the right things, but like you studied the right things. You know what you needed. Like you know how to operate the business at its most successful. Like you know how to do the job, but what you need to learn is the business of doing business. Like you need to learn how to get clients or how to get customers, how to do the marketing to keep a steady flow of customers coming, how to close the sale, how to do the add-on sale things, so that you can increase your profits, how to create multiple revenue lines so that you're not trying to max yourself out if you're a service provider doing one thing. Um, excuse me. Okay, Tsipa, it came through, babes. That's what you have to do. You're supposed to be taking on a business mentor, someone who understands the business of running your business. Um, and that's why you're stuck. Okay. Um, and that if you can do that this year, and it does look like it's not cheap, like that investment that you make, it's going to take some money. It's going to take some cash. But if you can seek out a business mentor this year, Christy, who can, you can pay to kind of guide you through how to get your business off the ground, how to get those first initial customers, that's an investment that you're going to get a return on in the next 365 days. Big time, because Jupiter's going to go into that second house for you. And as soon as Jupiter's in that second house of earned income, baby, you are going to be flying financially. um, Money's going to start to flow. So I highly, highly, highly recommend getting that business mentor this year, making that investment. It's not going to be cheap. Know that it's a 1 year investment that you have to make to understand how to get clients in. And it looks like through that business mentor, you also become part of a community or a collective that helps you make money. All right, Christy. So I would seek out like a mastermind for women business owners. Okay. You can Google it, mastermind for women business owners. There are a lot of those out there. Okay, Sipa, I got it. You come back in 50 minutes. Okay, sounds good, Sipa. I'll see you when you get back. Amaya, it is your turn, sweetheart. List is still open. Soon as I get Amaya's question, we'll do Amaya, then we'll do Beth, then Rachel, then Chow One Chow, and then we'll do Ying, and then Sipa. The list is open. Anyone who wants to join can. Welcome in. And if you haven't already, please hit the like button. I would really appreciate that. And if you're digging the kind of insights that you're getting here, I highly recommend a personal reading. The personal readings open up next week for March. Um, and this Mercury retrograde is a great time to get deeper insights into your twin flame connection, what your work is within the connection, how it is you're supposed to be navigating it at this time. And then furthermore, once you email me, because the list isn't open just yet, you'll get an autoresponder that tells you how to get on my private list. And the private list members get access to everything first, the calendar, all the things. So email me if you want to get a private reading. And then right now we'll look for Amaya to share her question. And then after Amaya, there's Beth. So Beth, you see how we have this lag time here in between readings? This just makes everyone's reading take a lot longer when your question isn't ready when I call your name. So Beth and Rachel, I'm going to ask you to get your question ready. Please do not paste your question until it is your turn, because sometimes there's a bit of back and forth between me and someone, and it's really difficult for me to find your question if it's 50 to 60 chats back in the chat box. So just hold your question until I call your name, but get it ready. Get it ready so that you can paste it. Awesome. Thank you so much, Ashlyn. Thank you. I'm so happy that you put that in there. Christy Destin, Kiki Ura, Ashley Gordon, Spiritual Business Mentorship. Ashlyn, you are the MVP of this chat. Thank you. I don't know if Amaya is still here. Amaya may not be here. Beth, if you are ready, you can go ahead. Perfect, Ashlyn. Perfect. Let's see. I need to sign into my other account real quick. Oh, there's Amaya. What is my gift? Specifically, how can I use it to help humanity and my twin? Great question, Amaya. I'm going to need some birth details. It's perfect. Thank you, spiritual baddie. You the baddest. I love you, girl. Thank you. Thank you, spiritual baddie. I really appreciate that. Okay. Ashlyn, yes, seriously. Ashlyn, MVP. Ashlyn, can I ask you to do us all a huge favor? Ashlyn, there's a link right there to a Google spreadsheet that I've been creating of twin flame healers and whatnot. But it would be so awesome if you could put each of their names in that spreadsheet, so that I can keep track of those spiritual business mentors for twins who are ready to step into mission. Okay. Because it's necessary. You have to learn how to run a business if you want to do spiritual business. Otherwise, you're just healing people as a hobby. You gotta learn how to do business. You gotta learn marketing. You gotta learn sales. You gotta learn revenue lines. You gotta learn how to launch products. You got to learn how to manage your spiritual energy and your time. And the fast track to that is spiritual business mentorship. Okay. Oh, Amaya's not here. Oh, so yep. Okay, so Amaya, what I'm gonna need after Beth, we have Amaya, then Rachel. What I'm gonna need from you, Amaya, is the information that I just got from Beth. So you see how Beth gave me a date, time, and location for her union chart. You specifically, Amaya, you specifically asked me about your spiritual gift. So I need your birth information, the date, time, and location that you were born. If you can provide that, then I'll be able to look at your chart and provide the information back for you. All right, Miss Beth. Springfield. All right, so Mummy, you know what you're giving me here is a separation chart. I would love to know what this retrograde is going to hold for our connection. Okay, so the last time you spoke to him, girl, it was 8 days ago? Thank you so much, Ashlyn. You are the best. Thank you for this service to the collective, Ashlyn. I really appreciate it. Okay, so Beth, let me just confirm. You spoke to him 8 days ago and you want me to look at that chart? Is that or you not spoke to him? That's the last time you saw him? And that's what you want me to look at? I mean, I can, but just want to make sure this is what I'm working with. After Amaya, there's Rachel. Perfect, Amaya. Thank you. Rachel, hold your question and your details, but cue it up for me. Okay. Then Beth, if you could just confirm what I'm looking at here, that would be fantastic. List is definitely open. If anyone would like to jump on it, you're more than welcome to. Oh, that's just the first time you've seen him in months? Okay. All right. I got you. Thank you, Beth. Um, okay. Is this a positive meeting? I got you. Okay. Well, let's see what this new cycle brings. Okay. A couple things that are standing out to me that I like a lot is that this moon is here in this new cycle in Gemini, which in the third house, which means that there's just going to be a need between the two of you. Both of you are going to feel really drawn to stay in communication. Okay, 11 years long. Got it. You're both going to feel a stronger desire to just stay in communication, which is nice. I like seeing that. Um, I also see here for you guys, okay, right. He's going to be working out some karma that he has. What did you tell me? 9 a.m. Okay. It looks like he's got some work stuff that he needs to solve. Money stuff. Is it student loan debt? Does he have a bunch of student loan debt? Like a bunch. like a bunch, like so much student loan debt that he doesn't feel like he can do what he wants with his life. Like right now, his whole life is on hold until he gets some of this student loan debt under control. It looks like that from here. I don't know if that's accurate, but based on what I'm seeing, I'm seeing that there's some debt here. It could be karmic, but it could also just be just straight up 3D world physical. I have a bunch of student loans I need to pay off. Mm. He works for his family business. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so it's not 10th house, it's fourth house, which is down here, directly opposite. Okay, that's what it is. He's got family lineage karma. Mhm. Okay, so it looks like he would like to leave, and this whole year he's trying to figure out how he can do that. He's got a few tests here as Jupiter comes to meet Pluto and comes to meet Saturn. Um, he just feels indebted to his family. That's exactly right. He feels indebted to his family. He's trying to figure out a way he can exit without abandoning them. Unfortunately, the only way to exit without abandoning them is to change his mindset about what he's doing. Um, he needs to, as long as he thinks of it as he's abandoning them, it's going to feel like he's abandoning them. If he starts to think of it like, I'm, forging my own way in the world and building, something that lasts and matters to me. I'm grateful for the background that my family gave me. And, I'll continue to support them in other ways. And, we'll get through this as a family, even though, it's not what, they wanted. It's what we need at this point and what I need to be whole. If you can start to think about it like that, then it will no longer feel like abandoning them. But what's going on right here for him is he's got this past life karma with them. That's forcing him to think that he has to stay there. But don't worry, Pluto and Saturn are going to help him clean that shit right up. Help him clean that right on up when they meet up later on this year. Meanwhile, though, for you, I can see based on this chart that mother. Did he abandon the connection at some point? There's an abandonment theme coming out here. Uh, yeah, he has money goals. I mean, he has money goals, but somehow that there's some debt going on here that you probably don't know about. He may be telling you he has zero cash debt, but there's some other kind of debt. Now, I don't know if it's family or karmic, but there's some kind of other financial stickiness going on. Um, like they told him they would, front him certain money and now he has to pay it back. There's some kind of financial stickiness going on with this family situation that he's trying to sort his way out of. Um, but yeah, was there like did he abandon this connection, Beth? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And so what I'm getting for you this year is a really big theme around forgiveness. Um, you're going to have to find a way to um, come to terms with that. Whew. Yeah. And do what you need to do mentally. He had to pay to leave it. Yeah, there's some kind of some kind of funny business with money with this family. I don't know what it is, but there is some kind of something's funky about this family when it comes to money. Whatever the financial picture and story is, he has not told you all of it. And he's in the middle of trying to work it out right now. What I'm picking up just intuitively is that there's some shame about it. And he's not going to tell you. He's going to keep this hidden. All you need to know is that for things to move forward between the two of you, he's got to solve that for himself. You can't get in that. It's not your job, it's not your place. Your job, as hard as that is for him, I can see here for a fact that forgiving him is going to be extremely difficult for you, or has been up until this point. So, as much forgiveness work and teachers and healers around forgiveness, Beth, that you can find, um, do it. Because this year is going to force you to confront a lot of your anger about that. When Mars goes retrograde, when Lilith gets full on into Aries, uh, here, girl, I told you some funny business with money. Yeah, I'm like, ooh, let me just disconnect from that energy. Hold on, let me do a quick clearing for myself. Okay. All right. So forgiveness work is your path forward, Beth. Um, that's what's indicated for you this year is a lot of forgiveness work, and chances are it's not just forgiveness work. Chances are it's not just forgiveness work for this lifetime. There's a lot of clearing that needs to go on, not just from this lifetime, but from others. Okay, Beth? So that was your last physical connection, and that physical connection date indicated the current cycle you're in and the current work of that cycle. All right. All right. Rachel, baby, or Amaya. It's Amaya. And then Rachel, it'll be your turn. For anyone that would like to get on the list, and I just want to go ahead and thank Ashley for providing those resources for us. Ooh, you are the best. Ashley Gordon, Kiki Yura, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Ashlyn Jones, thank you so much for adding those to the list. Really appreciate that you did that. Okay. Cynthia, you are now on the list. His energy is so heavy every time you see him. I'm gonna love and release. Yeah, as much forgiveness work as you can. That would be great. Okay. Didn't hold us up at all. Amaya. 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 That's my song for you. I made a song. I hope you like it. Okay, Maya, somewhere in here is your question. April 4th, 2001, Boise. So I'm going to queue up your chart, Amaya, but if you could, dear one, if you could just repeat your question, that would be great. After Amaya, Rachel, and then one Chow Chow one, it's you, baby. So go ahead and get your question queued up, one Chow Chow one and Rachel, because as soon as I'm done with Amaya, I want to flow right into your reading. Okay, so Maya, Maya, April 4th. Okay, so 4/4/2001. Boise. Oh, Maya. Oh, Maya. Oh, Maya. Oh, I'm just trying to break up my energy, y'all. Bear with me while I sing out of key. Okay, 4:19 p.m. Okay, cool. Now we have a Maya. And the list is definitely still open for anyone who wants to join it. You can get on the list if you want a mini read. There's single question. Try not to ask anything too broad. Try to ask something specific. Those specific questions are really, really helpful in showing me what to focus on and giving you the best possible value for your reading. Okay. Okay, so Amaya says, that's not what I need. What do I need? Come back. Amaya says, pretty good idea of what my gift is, but I want to know specifically what it is and how I can use it to help humanity and my twin. Thank you, Gemini Princess. I appreciate it. Rachel and One, you are both next. Okay, so Rachel and One, please get your question ready. Okay, spiritual gift. No, that's not cheesy. It's a genius question. I'm looking into it right now, girl. That's not cheesy. Okay, so for your spiritual gift, I'm going to look here. Your hidden houses are fire, so you're very intuitive. Your sun sits in fire sign Aries. Maya, do you know about the goddess Kali? Kali, Kali. Are you familiar with her? Mm-hmm. No, kinda. Okay. Um, T squared is Saturn, 28. So then who's over here? Moon and Uranus? No, no. It's 28 degrees Taurus. It's Uranus. Yeah, it's the ascendant line. All right, hang on, girl, because I need to simplify this because I can't go into all the details planetarily, but I need to simplify this for us in a really clear way for you. So give me a second to synthesize. Perspective, integrity, value, endings and retribution, communication, causes alchemy. Helping people transform and change through communication, opening their eyes to spiritual truths. Spiritual truths. Okay. Um, all right, Amaya. So, you're born in 2001. Okay, baby. Um, So this is not probably going to make sense right yet. What I'm about to tell you, what I want you to do is write it down in a journal and carry it in your heart um, until a later date in your life. Jesus. Okay. I don't know why, if it's a Maya's gift that's coming through that I'm siphoning from, but crikey. Who did I just read for before Amaya? Was it Christy? No, it was Beth. Beth, Lord have mercy. Is that what we do in Mercury retrograde? Because I did not want to do that. But Beth, here's what I have one more message coming through for you, honey. I'm sorry. I was like trying to get this heaviness out of my heart and it won't go away. And when I asked about what it was, and I can't do this at this point, it's an the gift I'm about to share with you, Beth, please give me a moment, Amaya. The gift I'm about to share with you, Beth, is a gift that is untrained and untempered for me. It's one that I actually I don't know how to use it at will, so but it comes unbidden. But here it is. Your twin wants me to tell you, Beth, that he feels just as betrayed by his family as you do. And under the circumstance, he didn't know what he was supposed to do. He didn't know the right way to handle it. And he is so, 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 so sorry. He is so sorry. And there's also like a shame here. He's very ashamed, but he is so sorry. Um, he still doesn't. Is that all you want to say? Yes, thank you. Okay, so that's that, Beth. And I'm sorry, Amaya. Sometimes that happens, but I can feel the tension around my heart releasing. It was like my heart was in a freaking cage. I don't normally have clairsentience like that. That's not my gift. But Amaya, it does look like it's yours, baby cakes. So I'm not surprised that this came through while I was reading for you, or that you were after Beth. There's a divine order for everything, and my gift is divine mouthpiece. So back to you, Amaya. The interesting thing about your chart, there's a lot coming through here, and I really want to simplify this. You have the gift of clairsentience. With all these earth signs in the locations they're in your chart, house 9 and 10, house 1, 12, and 2, and then house 5, which just makes you an instrument of being able to feel what other people feel. And part of the reason why you've been given the gift of being able to feel what other people feel, Amaya, is because one of the things you're meant to do on this earth is help set people free from their from the toxic patterns that the earth that we incarnate to as beings on planet earth. And the way you're meant to do that is by speaking truth. um, it's like you can identify it, and then you hold up a mirror that's so strong and so bright and so undeniable to them, Amaya. um, but you hold up that mirror that's just so strong for them that they can't ignore it. And once you've said it, they can't unknow what they know. And the good thing about that is that it's like you break bondage for them. The but the hard thing about that is that in breaking that bondage for them, sometimes their ego breaks, and that's somewhat kind of the point. And you may find that people repel you at times and you don't even understand why, Amaya. And part of what's going on is that you're just such a full embodiment of the truth, and you're such a full embodiment just by the way you live, the way you speak, the choices you make. You're just such a full embodiment of, higher love, and the necessity of what's happening. Um, that they cannot in your present, like the light, it can be a little blinding. And so instead of dealing with their issues, they push you away so they can see again. They can see what they think is clearly. Okay. And so what I need you to do is just understand that this is what you have here is a spiritual gift. Um, and that you're part of, I don't know if you've ever seen X-Men, Amaya, and I don't remember the X-Men who has this power, but he has those eyes that when he opens his eyes, these red lasers flash out. Um, these red lasers flash out and then they destroy everything he's looking at. So he has to wear these special sunglasses all the time until he's ready to use the gift. And so the gift for you is a little bit like that. It's not destructive, but it's deconstructive. And there's a difference. There's constructive, destructive, and then there's deconstructive. So you probably want to look up all three of those words to understand the difference. But the idea is that you divorce people from their ego so fully that there's nothing left for them to do but get in touch with the true spiritual nature of who they are. And that's a very heavy gift to have, Amaya. You know what you're talking about. It's a very heavy gift to have um, because it can make you be a little bit lonely at times. Because when you don't speak up, on the one hand, you feel less of yourself and you feel like you're indulging a lie. And on the other hand, when you do speak up, you're at risk of pushing people you care deeply about away. And so the temperance with that has to do with understanding mastery and communication in your lifetime, Amaya. And so, to the degree that you're able to, learn everything you can about loving communication. And I think there's something called nonviolent communication out there. You also want to communicate with integrity as much as you can. Language courses and communication courses through the Landmark Forum will go a very long way for you. Um, and then so will with your twin, you know, anything from Allison Armstrong is going to help you out a lot. And I would just re-listen to this and then Google, write down everything I just told you and then Google it. Because the more you can do those communications as early as you can in life, the more you can build those sunglasses that give you power over the gift instead of the gift having power over you. Okay. All right, Amaya, thank you. I appreciate you letting me read for you. Miss Rachel, thank you. And then one, and then Yang, and then Sipa, and then Cynthia. The list is still open, and that's how you can get on it. But let's go ahead and read for Rachel. Okay, yeah, Rachel, it's your turn, babes. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Rachel. I super appreciate it. Um, you're so welcome, Amaya. You're so welcome. Okay, so here we go. Let me get Rachel's chart together. August 14th. I hope Beth was here and got her message. I really hope she got her message. Because yeah, I definitely feel so much better now that I've just literally gotten it off my chest. I can't believe he was up in my business like that. Like, dude, but I guess it was just me kind of channeling some of Amaya's gift too. Yeah, Amaya, I can see with your gift, just given the way it functioned for me so that I could understand it, it was really a matter of feeling like sometimes you physically feel ill if you don't say anything. Um, like it hurts you physically to say nothing when you see, you know, the wrong things going down. Um, Danette, thank you, Amaya. I appreciate that. Look up the goddess Kali so that you can understand, Amaya, what's going on for you a little bit better. It's very much her energy that you embody. And she's a very necessary and loving energy in the pantheon of Hindu goddesses. And once you understand how her energy works and then how you need to temper yours so that, you run the gift instead of the gift running you, you'll be in a much better spot in all of your relationships, but especially with your twin. Okay. Thank you again, Danette. That's such a sweet compliment. I really appreciate hearing that. I receive that. You want to know about life purpose? All right, Rachel, let's have a look. Um, hmm. 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 Sorry, give me a minute to just process what I'm seeing here, Rachel. So it's definitely Mars. Hmm. Jesus, girl. Rachel, I mean, I hope this isn't overly personal for you, but what this is shaping up like for me is that there's some kind of real ability that you have with um communication when it comes to sensuality and sexuality and relationships. You have like a real gift with it. You're born in 1978. So you probably know this from experiences with your partners. Um, and you probably have seen with those partners their response to the way that you communicate. Thank you, Ken. I'll look out for it. Um, they respond in a very, it's like you open something up for them. Um, when given how you do passion, sensuality, sexuality in a bonded partnership, in a committed partnership, there's something about the way you do it and the way you communicate in it. And it wasn't always this way for you. It might not even be this way for you yet. You may have a blockage in communication around it or have had a blockage in the past. But big time, there's an energy here of learning how to open that up. and break through. Because once the communication is flowing in intimate connection, there's a whole new level of relationship possible. But the breakdowns that people have around desire and sensuality and orgasm, and the shame that people have around those things, you know, there's just you have a real ability to help people create a new path forward, um, which deepens connection, opens them up to their own divinity. Like it's almost like you're a sex therapist for couples, is kind of the energy I'm seeing here. And you help them break through their biggest blocks around sensuality and sexuality, and it helps them like do things like save marriages. And that's exemplified in several different ways in this chart. But yeah, if you haven't had that breakthrough yourself, it's totally writing romance novels. Yeah, that'll work, baby. That'll work. Um, yeah. I mean, and the more you include some of that aspect of, you know, consensual communication, direct communication of desire, admission of desire to self, because one of the biggest breakdowns we all have in sexuality is being completely unable to admit our desires to ourselves. So many of us are ashamed of what we actually desire. You know, one of the reasons, what was that kinky book? Come on, 50 Shades. That's what it is. The one of the reasons 50 Shades was so popular had to do with the fact that someone put on display a completely new way of interacting with an aspect of sexuality that most people had considered taboo in a way that was safe for people to understand what it was. So, Rachel, I mean, if you've got anything like that in you, um, Ken's like, let me help you. I love it, Ken. If you've got anything like that in you, then my God, girl, go for it. You know, get people like you clearly there's something about opening people up to a new way in their communication around desire and passion and stuff. So do it up, girl. Do it up. If you're called to write, write. Okay. So welcome to everyone who's new. There is a list. It's $22.22 USD to get on it. Please hold your name and hold your question and your details until I call your name. Once I call your name, you're free to put that information in the chat box. The list isn't too long. I've got one Chow next, then Ying, then Sipa, then Cynthia. Ken, let me check for your payment, babes. Let me see. And then, yeah, one, if it's definitely your turn, that resonates. Thank you so much. Haha. Good. I'm glad. Oh, wait. Yeah, Cynthia. Okay, I got you on here, Cynthia. Okay. And then who do we need? We got to find our guy, Ken. Can confirm for me if you did PayPal or if you did Venmo. Confirm that for me, Lovey, and then we will proceed, okay? Um Glad that resonated, Rachel. Go forth and spread your wings, girl. Take us to new sexual heights. All right. Okay, one chow. Where you at, baby? I saw you paste some things, saw you delete some things. You forget to hit the send button. Okay, cool. Where is one? Okay, Ken, I got you, honey. Now you're on the list. All right. Thank you for being so ready, Chawan. I really appreciate this. Okay, after Chawan, there's Yang and then there's Sipa. Ying and Sipa, you see how Chao, when I called her name, she was ready to go? I need you to be ready to go like that. Paste out, have everything typed out, and then be ready to paste it when I call your name. I got you, Ken. You're on the list. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and set up one. One, which is your first name? I like, obviously, you hear me saying it over and over again. I really like that a name could be one. But if your first name is Chao, then I would love to call you by the appropriate first name. Wait, Ho Chi Minh City. Where? I thought that was in China. Girl, you got me out here Googling things in the maps. Let me find out. Let me learn something today. Oh, it's in Vietnam. Look at me. All kind of ignorant. My bad. All right, let's get this party restarted. We're in Vietnam now. Okay. Your first name is One. Is Kun. Like one, but with a K. One. Okay. Vietnam. Got it. Here we go. Now, I know this is in here. Now, why would you not be in here? My software sometimes is a little whack, so forgive me that we now need to stop and figure out what's the closest big city, because I've heard of Ho Chi Minh City, so I don't understand why the software wouldn't cooperate. Let's find out what's close. If there is another big city that's close by that you know of that could potentially be in this software, let me know one. Saigon, okay. Okay, yeah, Saigon's in the software. All right, now we're cooking. Okay. Okay, when he want to reconnect with you. Okay. 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 And then Ying, my love, you're next. I just need you to get your data ready for when I call your name. Okay. Yeah, to answer that question that you have, I need a different chart. I either need his or I need you guys' union chart. One. Okay. You met in Orange County. What time and what day was it? One. And was he born in Orange County? If you know where he's born, then we can use that. Okay. End of August 2018, but you don't have the day. Okay. Okay. Um, all right. So, one without his birth location and without the exact date of you guys' first connection, um, I can't answer the question that you asked me. I need both of those to be able to answer that from an astrological perspective. Now, what I will say is I can kind of get a sense of just where things are at generally from your chart. If he is in fact if he is in fact your twin. Mummy, look what you gave me. You gave me his birthday and his year, but you didn't give me his birth location. If you have the location, type it in, okay? But if you don't have the location, then I cannot give you more information about what he's doing communication wise. Um, oh, he's born in Ho Chi Minh also? Okay, perfect. Then let's get to it. Okay, 1C twin. Now hopefully this is accurate for you and you know for a fact that this is your twin. Okay. Because if you know for a fact that this is your twin, then the way I'm reading this is going to clarify a couple of things for you. Hey, yes, me. I'm so happy you're here. Welcome, darling. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Those of you who are new, welcome in. Please go ahead and hit that like button for me. Super appreciate it. It's always helpful when people do that. Um, okay. Um, he was born at 12:30. Oh, we even got more details. All right. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So for those of you who saw what I just did with one, know that those are the kinds of pieces of information that I need up front to do a good reading for you. Please have those details ready as soon as I call your name. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Jemmy. I really appreciate you. Okay. Hey, Love A, welcome. Welcome. It's so glad to have so many new first timers here. I'm so happy to see you. Okay, mother, listen. One, let me tell you something. This man is volatile. Um, he is intense. Ooh, is he intense? Yeah, yikety yikes. Okay, girl. So, wow. Who are you dealing with, honey? How to put it? The reality is that you may get some communication from him during the Pisces Mercury retrograde. Let me just check a couple of dates here about what things are going on later on this year. We've got the Libra, Juno retrograde. One, let me ask you, um, I'm all distracted. Do not let me distract you from your studies. Then if you have that test you need to pass, you better pass these tests, girl. Don't be out here resisting what you need, trying to mess around on this little astrology channel. I'll be mad at you. I want you to pass that test. You can always re-listen to this later. One, let me ask you, why are you two not talking? Why are you in no communication? While I look at some dates here. Yeah. I mean, aside from the fact that he is unpredictable and quite erratic, um, and extremely intense. Okay, so you broke up, but um, why? You triggered each other. Okay, baby. Listen. Look, I'm looking at your chart and I can see both of you, you need to have things your way. Neither one of you is very flexible about how things go. He wants things his way, you want things your way. And that's why I mean, I certainly get how by your personality, he- given his personality, I get why you triggered him. Um, I would need to look at your chart to know why he triggered you, but um hey Alan, I saw it come through. Um the issue here has to do with okay, listen. There's not going to be communication until one of you learns how to budge, learns how to be flexible, learns how to see things from the other person's side, and stops insisting that you are are right. I'm also getting sometimes that when he goes off the deep end, one, you shut down. Why am I getting that you shut down? Like you just back up and you start to disappear, like you disappear into yourself. Like when he goes real ham, it's like you go ghost. Um, so in terms of communication, there's not gonna be any until you guys figure that out. Like literally the universe puts you two in timeout. You know, when kids are bad, um, because I see right now you guys are supposed to be communicating all 2020. This is a very good year for you two. And if you broke up because you triggered each other, it's because you weren't ready. Ying, it's your turn, baby. It's your turn. And so the lesson for you, I mean, I could go deeper into this if we did a private reading one. Um, the lesson for you is about learning how to be flexible and not shut down. Um, but also, not needing to have things go only your way, because that's what really is going to do you in this connection. And the third thing for you, the third lesson for you is like this man is a handful. I mean, I don't know if I don't think he was violent, but he has that in him to be very like physically expressive of his upset, like explosion, like, breaking doors, throwing over tables, um, ripping things off the wall. Like, I don't know if he ever got to that place, but he has it in him. And if he's not expressing that kind of volatility externally, he's probably very volatile internally. And the way he would break the house, he's breaking himself, and so he might put himself in a timeout when he sees himself being that internally violent to himself. So, you know like I said, the chart is showing communication in the now time, but if what you guys did was break up, it's because being in communication just triggers you too much, and the two of you need the space to A, heal, and B, understand the other person better. Okay. So I recommend that you figure out what your stuff is in this. Okay, what are your pieces? All right, Ying, it's your turn, baby cakes. You've done a session in December. Okay, cool. Retrograde energies, feeling like you need to disconnect and focus on new. You haven't replied to your DM about his offer to help you promote my product side of biz. Started your own spiritual biz. Nope, Sipa, you are right on time. Because as soon as I'm done with Ying, uh, oh, you shut down because that's how he expressed it. I got you. As soon as I'm done with Ying, Sipa, it's your turn, baby. So you're right on time. And I'm reading Ying now. I'm just wrapping up the person before Ying. Girl, you better let this man help you. That's his signal that he cares for you. He would interrupt his world for you. Let him help you, Ying. That's his sign that he gives a fuck. Let him give fucks, girl. Let him give fucks. When men really have zero fucks left to give, you know what they do. We all know what men do when there are zero fucks. That he's willing to help you, girl, let him. Let him be a hero. Let him show you that he's a man and he gives a fuck, okay? You don't need to date him. You don't need to sleep with him. You don't even need to you can still focus on new things, but let him help you. I get it, Juan. I mean, that would shut me down too. That would shut a lot of women down. That would shut any woman down. Right, Ken? Tell her. Tell her, Ken. Men do not do things that they are not interested in. There's just not enough energy for that. Not enough. Because when men do things, they put their whole self into it. When women do things, we might put our mind into it, but have our heart elsewhere. But when men do things, it's their whole self. You know who I learned that from? Allison Armstrong. She's the businessman. So if he wants to help you, let him. He tends to be inconsistent. That's fine. You, like I said, nobody said date him, but if he wants to help you business wise, just tell him what you need, be extremely clear. And let me be clear with you. I need you to be consistent is not clear. What is clear is I need you to promote the product on this day with these people on Facebook, Instagram. And then I need you to follow up with me and tell me exactly what the metrics were. That's clear. But just, I need you to follow through this time. I need you to be consistent. That's not clear. Don't communicate like that. And if you need more help understanding how to communicate with men, get with Allison Armstrong. She will set you straight, honey. She will get your communication with men together so that you really can bring the best out of any man that you're dealing with. Okay? Be specific, be clear. That's all right. I like that he's in the material world. He should be in the material world. If he's going to work with you, that's someone you want. If you've got a spiritual business, it's perfect if you have somebody who's in the material world. That's going to help you out. But if he's inconsistent, yes, Ken. See, look, Ken's even telling you manual, specific instructions. If he's inconsistent, it's because he didn't get specific and like precise instructions. Get with the Allison Armstrong, honey. She'll get you in your communication right. In fact, I would even say do that now. Because it's going to, like, if you get into this with him and you haven't figured out how to communicate appropriately, you're not going to get the best from him. And it's just going to compromise your connection even more. And that's the last thing you want. You don't want your connection further compromised, Ying. Okay, where were you born? What city, state, country, territory? Where were you born, Ying? Yeah, Ying, if that's your issue, you're not ready. That's not him, that's you. There's a Singapore. Okay. There is a way to communicate with men to get the best from them. You need to discover what that is. Mm-hmm. Marie, thank you so much. Yes, the list is still open. Okay. Yeah, it stagnates until you know what to do. I feel like I've probably told you, maybe I haven't, about Allison before. If I haven't before, I'm telling you now, it is absolutely essential for your connection to move forward in any capacity at all, period. If you're not doing anything with Allison, if you're not learning anything from her, what your connection is today, you can expect it to be that exact way in 2021 and 2022 and 2023. Mama, you need tools, Ying. You need tools, and it's time to go get them. Because the way you've been being with him before, oh, mommy, I can see it here in your chart. It's not your fault, but you've been trying to outman him. And that's not going to help you. You need to learn how to be in your feminine. And that's a big piece of what this year is about for you, is starting to understand your own feminine energies and your connection. Oh, yeah. Girl, what you need is to get all the way in that feminine energy, all the way, all the way. Okay. And this is your year to learn it. Um, I'm giving you the cheat codes to your entire twin connection right now, mommy. Do not waste it. I have told you what's going to fix your shit for $22.22, Yang. That is the cheapest solution you are going to get. And you could, I mean, you could pay for it with more time if you just don't feel like getting on, getting on the education. You can pay for it with more time, but I don't recommend that. Because that the more you waste time, the more damage you do when the solution's sitting in front of you. Yeah, a big piece of what you need to do is get into your feminine energy for communication between the two of you to work. Oh, Ying. Danette, nah, I'm gonna come to you in a minute, boo. Miss, I need to study. I saw your comment on my post yesterday. I have things that we have things to discuss, mommy. Um, that's the biggest thing I can tell you this year is you need to correct your communication, not just with him, but with the world, and start learning how to communicate from your feminine energy so that the world can hear you better. The faster you do that, the faster your business. You didn't get no cheat codes. The faster you do this, Ying, the smoother the ride is going to be between you and him. Ying, your issue with him is not the way it's not the only communication the two of you have is the way you communicate. That's it. You correct that, you're going to get a different man standing in front of you. I promise you, I have seen it with my own eyes. I've seen it with my dad, I've seen it with my brother. You're going to get a different man standing in front of you if you understand how to communicate with him. Okay? Yeah, so them cheat codes, Ying. Don't mess around. It was only $22.22. Don't mess around and not use them. Okay, Sipa, it's your turn. After Sipa, Cynthia, Ken, and Melinda, in that order. And if anybody would like to join the list, you are welcome to. That's how. And for those of you that are inspired to get a personal reading with me in March, when the list opens up again, you just send an email to chrysalismoon@gmail.com. You'll get the instructions on how to book a reading with me. The list opened up to people who are on the private list with me. The readings open up this week, and they'll open up to the general public next week. Oh my gosh, I've never had my booty fall asleep, but it fell asleep. Okay. Yeah, until you correct this issue, and it's correctable on your end, until you correct this issue, Ying, you're going to be in an endless loop with your twin. I would really like you to just get a breakthrough. Marie, you already know the deal. You and your, like, you so connected to the divine. Girl, you don't need no cheat codes from me. Jesus be popping in on you on a regular basis, like, what's good, girl? What you want to know? Divine has been like, Marie, here is the book of all things going on at any given moment. What page would you like to look at? And half the time you'd be like, no, I didn't want to know that. Don't tell me. Which is good. I'm glad you have boundaries around that. We all don't need to know all things all the time. Okay, see, but tell me what your question is. Hope you get your cheat codes in your personal reading. If he's your twin, you just started dating. That's awesome. Congratulations, Sipa. You've been getting intense messages from God about us the whole time. You're a channel, but god damn, it's hard to get info from me sometimes. I know, Sipa. You've been patient as his life blew up and his contact has faded, but it's been tough. You're debating whether to reach out, keep the faith somehow until he gets in touch, or move on. I'd like to know what I need to move into union, whether it's with him or not. Got it, Sipa. All right, cool. Fabulous question. Fabulous question. Okay. All right, my love. Love A, you sent some money to PayPal. All right, I'm gonna go find it after I'm done. All right, Love A. Um, so Sipa, I don't know for sure if he is your twin. I don't do twin flame connection checks. That's something you could get from Marie, Spiritual Baddie Tarot, who's in this chat. And it's a wonderful thing for sure, for sure. If you struggle with codependency, absolutely, it's wonderful. And it's also a wonderful thing. Marie calls them reconfirmations because she feels, I think the way you said it earlier, is that the first confirmation should be from the divine to you directly. So she reconfirms it for you. And so, Portland, Oregon. Oregon, Portland. I can't tell you if he's your twin, but I can tell you, because this is a single question reading, what you need to do to get into union energy for yourself. How about that? I can tell you that. Okay. Let's get it. And then after Sipa, Cynthia, Ken, and then Alan. It's you guys in that order. And if anybody else wants a reading, the list is definitely open and you can get one. Okay. All right. What do you need to do this year to conjure up some union energies? What do you need to do? Okay. Where is the Venus retrograde going to be this year? Out here. What are the degrees? Okay. So for you this year, the union energy, hmm. The union energy work for you. And then what are the degrees of that? Juno retrograde. Juno retrograde is Libra 21 to Libra 5. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, mommy. The name of the big game for you this year is surrender. Um so much fun, Zipa. The name of the game for you this year is this is going to sound really harsh, but just bear with me while I explain why. Uh, don't ask if he's your twin or not. Don't ask if you should move on or stay. Don't ask if you should, like, what, do not try to formulate a game plan. That's essentially what it is. All of that comes out of the mind. The I want to know, I need to know so that I know what to do. That's how we get a job. That's how we buy a house. That's how we get a car. That's how, but the twin connection asks us to get out of the mind and into the heart and be with the reality of what's in front of us based on how we feel and what we're being shown from our own divinity. And that does not come with a plan that is revealed to the conscious mind. And so, in large part this year, the big theme for you, like I said, is surrender, surrender, surrender. Give up the idea that you can control the way that this is going to unfold by knowing A, the name, and B, what he's going to do so that you can know what you should do. I can already see that you're in the process of getting a divine feminine activation. Pretty big one. Yeah. So whether he's your twin or not, what's going on for you is a stepping into surrendering to the truth of your heart. And if your heart says it's him, no one else but him, and I just need to be patient with this, do not ask your heart to step out of alignment with your mind. Or I should put that the other way around. Stop trying to figure out how to get your mind to be out of alignment with your heart. If your heart says, be here, the feelings are big, honor this. Stop letting your mind interfere with the idea that somehow this has to be controlled. Somehow I have to have a plan. Somehow I need to know what's going on. Somehow, if I don't know, then I'm somehow going to lose something, because that's a lie. The big name of the game for you this year is surrender, boo. Big time. Big time. That's all year long. But I mean, if you want a twin flame connection check, go for it. But either way, whether he's your twin or not, that's the lesson for you this year, is surrendering to your heart. Sipa, if he didn't tell you not to call him, then yeah, call him. if he didn't say, if he didn't tell you, I need some space, then yeah, call him. And if he's not giving you red flags like delaying responses to your texts, you know, showing you that he is, not interested in things that you're saying, if there are no red flags, then yeah, call him up, girl. Don't get in. The main thing is don't get in your head about it. Honor your heart and honor what he's asking you. That's it. But if he told you, don't call me, or if he told you, I need space, or if he told you, I can't be available in the way you need to be, then you need to honor that too. You need to honor his truth and his heart and respect that. And if you need clearer instructions about, like, hey, the reality for me is I would prefer to be in closer communication with you, but I really want to honor what you need and respect your request. This may seem a little like crazy, but, is it okay if I call you and check in, once a month or once a week? Like, I don't want to get us into a position where you've got too much from me and then you don't want to deal with me at all. I want this to be as relaxed as possible, but I know if I'm honoring my heart, I'm going to call you every day. But I also really want to honor the fact that you have your own needs and there's two of us here. So just, let me know what's right and I'll honor that because I really respect you and I want you in my world. And I want to be a part of yours. Uh okay, Zipa, yeah. So yeah, Zipa, so yeah, you can have that conversation about communication, not about where is this going and why are you not responding to my texts, and like just keep the guilt out of it. Stay vulnerable, stay honest, stay connected. The vulnerable truth is if you had it all your way, you'd like to be in better communication. Not better, let me say that in a more clear way because this is the language you want to use with him. If I had it all my way, I would like to talk to you more often, have you be more a part of my world and be more a part of yours. But I also respect that that may not be how you feel or what you want. And I don't, I notice sometimes, that sometimes you don't respond right away. And that's okay. But I also want to respect that if you really only want to stay connected like once a week or once a month or once every few weeks, I can do that. I just need to understand so that I don't get into a situation where, you want nothing to do with me because I've over communicated. Okay, Sipa? All right. Yeah, yeah. 40 texts a day? No. And Ziba, if you're sending paragraphs, stop. Do not send paragraphs. Not to anybody. None of you do not send paragraphs. If it's worth a paragraph, it's worth a phone call. Keep the paragraphs in your journal. Okay? Keep them in the journal. If it's worth a paragraph, it needs to be a conversation. Do not word vomit on anybody in text. That is very rude. It's a very fast way to get someone to shut down. That's general life advice from all of my rich experiences with the men's. I don't know, Ken, what do you have to say about paragraphs? You're our resident gentleman. What do you have to say? Cynthia, it's your turn. Um, let's hear it for Cynthia. Okay, let me see what else is going on in these payment applications. Okay, good, Sipa. Thank you, Cynthia, for being ready. I love it. You've been writing one text a day while she is in rehab as a journal. Paragraphs. Probably. Ken, you're out here sending paragraphs. Cut it out, boo. Send a meme, boy. Don't be out here sending paragraphs. Ken, how do you like it when people bomb you with a paragraph? Do you like paragraphs, Ken? Not from your twin, but just generally from people. Do you like paragraphs? If your mama sent you paragraphs all the time, would you be all right with that, Ken? Or your sister or your brother? Yeah, Ken, switch over to memes, baby. Keep this light. Rehab's already heavy. But if she responds in paragraph form, Ken, and you have that established, great. If that's not how you two communicate, then you want to dial that down just a tad. Hey, Scarika Ninja, what's going on? Yeah, Lady Love. See, that was you read for a living. All right, Ken, we're gonna come to you in a minute. And she doesn't have a phone. So you mean to tell me she's gonna get 30 some odd text messages from you every when she finally gets her phone? Ken, buddy. Don't scare this woman off. She's dealing with a lot, baby. Ken, she's dealing with a lot. She's finally starting to come back to reality, honey. No escaping, no filter, and dealing with reality head on. Do not fire hose her. Oh my gosh, people. It's not silly. It's just you want to be in full expression of you without really taking into account how big the other person's receptor is. You got to work with where the other person is at. We all do. If we want to be heard, we have to start with what people can hear in the way that they can hear it. So I got it. You want to be received. But if, let's try not to get this too sexual. Like, if her hole is only 3 inches deep, stop trying to stick a 3-footer in there. That's not fair for her. That's going to cause her to shut down. I know you feel very deeply connected, but you're going to have to honor that within your own energy space and recognize the way that she can be connected is the way she can love you at this time. That doesn't mean she won't open up more later, but we got to honor where people are at and what they can hear. Okay? As much as we are able to, we got to honor that if we want to stay in connection. If you don't care about the connection, then you just throw everything out there that you want to. Yes, Cynthia, it is your turn, baby. Back to the point. What will these retrogrades bring for your union? We first met 1194. Okay, so that's too long ago for me to do this because you probably don't know the exact day. And in honor of the Juno retrograde, baby, I am going to I'm just going to go ahead and read your chart since the divine feminine is going within. For me to know what the retrograde is going to bring for your union, I need a date. Oh, you gave me that. 2/20/2019, 11 a.m. Portland. Okay. I'm going to work with that. Portland. Another Oregonian. Happy reconnection twiniversary. Okay. Scarika Ninja, drop that payment, boo. Drop this payment and then wait for your turn. List is super short, Scarika. I'm reading Cynthia now, then I'm going to read Ken and then Alan, and then it's you, baby. So, Scarika Ninja, if you want to jump on that list, you can. Lady Love, K Moon for president. No, thank you. I don't want to work with none of these people. Okay. Let's see what's going on, Cynthia. You want to know retrograde's going to bring? Well, I tell you what, girl. Mm. Um. I bet it has been Scarika. Cynthia, who initiated the reconnection? You did or he did? Because it looks to me, based on this, it looks like he did, but that it was very mutual by like at the point he reached out. You love my point of view. You can have this point of view too. Study with Allison Armstrong. You can have this point of view. Study with Allison, do that root camp, do some landmark. You too can have this point of view. He did. Okay. Yeah, I can see it looks like he initiated it. Um, hmm. So based on your chart alone, Cynthia, I can see that, he's feeling in a place where, I mean, I talked about this all last year, that the divine masculine was going to come into clarity about the truth of the connection going through the sign of Sagittarius, which is the sign of truth. And then move into the sign of physical manifestation, which is the sign of Capricorn, and start doing the things required to bring this into form. With Jupiter moving through Capricorn this year, he's about to move through several tests and trials around what is required in order for this to come to form. And by 2021, 10 months from now, which, as you know, in twin years is like tomorrow, by 2021, he will find himself in a place of being so harmoniously positioned to you in your own chart that you guys will be in a set of union energies. Now, Cynthia, without his chart and your union chart, I can only look at one of them during a mini reading. I can't tell if that window opened already or if it's going to open more after. All three charts give me kind of like a timeline for when union energies are upon you. And when you start coming back into connection during union energies being upon you inside of the astrology, it's because you guys have really done your work. Each of you has really been in the process of looking at what you need to look at, healing what you need to heal, maintaining the appropriate types of faith, breaking out of the appropriate patterns, stepping into your own soul missions. When, you guys come together in that way, um, like when there's this chance for the two of you to come together during a planetary union window energy, it's because you guys have done so much of your work that there's just nothing else to do. It's like you suck into one another's vortex. um but if you guys haven't been doing your work, you just repel. It doesn't matter what window is open. You just repel if you haven't done the work. But there are times when the universe kind of supports things coming together, provided you've been doing your work. So, what's going on this year for you guys is just, for you, there's a real harmony energy coming up, in the sign of Libra. Here between your fifth and sixth house, there's a real harmony and rightness with the connection, not forcing it, and but also manifesting and creating with it. Simultaneously, there's a real opportunity for you this year to step into mission work, and really start focusing on what it is you're meant to be bringing to the planet. based on, the different things that had to die while you were going through everything you learned in your connection. So stay focused, eyes on the prize, Cynthia. You guys are close. You guys are really close. Um, there's definitely a lot of support for you two. Provided you guys are, just willing to, not trigger each other to high heaven and then, you repel each other and disconnect. Okay. Hmm. Is there a reading I could book with you to see both of our charts and about our mission? I don't really do mission oriented charts for the two twins, only because those are featured in the composite chart. The composite chart is a singular chart of the two of you as one energy based on the midpoints of all your planets. And I don't read composite charts. I can look for you at your union chart and at his chart. And in doing that, Ken, it's your turn. Go ahead and paste your question and let me know what chart to read. And in doing that, I can help you understand, what your lifelong lesson is, what his lifelong lesson is, and what it is each of you is supposed to be, how you two work, together, as, him helping you, you helping him toward understanding those lifelong lessons. But yeah, you would have to do a composite to understand joint mission. And that's, I've done it in the past, but I have found that most people just aren't people who are in my tribe at this moment in time are so far away from being ready for that kind of information. They're not near union states. There's a lot of stuff that they need to heal. They have no idea what their own lifelong lesson is and why they're getting triggered by their person. That I just stopped offering it because trying to get focused on mission stuff when you've got so many battle scars and battle wounds just it ends up just it compromises your ability to be grounded in the present by trying to be so focused in the future. um and many twins, there's, the overall joint mission, but there's also you're still an individual. You still have your own mission. You still have your own stuff that you're meant to bring to the planet. So I really focus in on what that is, because once you're actually bringing those things to the planet, that's when you're actually open to some sort of joint mission. Okay. And so, Cynthia, that's kind of more of a general note for everyone. But if you want a personal reading, a twin flame reading, just email me at chrysalismoon@gmail.com, and that will get you sent the autoresponder. Double check your spam, double check your promotions folder, get that autoresponder, because that autoresponder will clarify for you, not clarify, but it will show you how to book a reading with me. Okay. Um, okay, Ken, twins in rehab, had the for friends talk a few times in there. How do I adjust her through when she's out next Friday? A mess right now. Feel like I have to say, don't want to be a forever friend. Okay, okay. Ken. So let me give you some coaching and then we'll dig into the charts. And after Ken, it's Alan. And then for those of you who want to go ahead and get on the list, that's it. After Ken, it's Alan, and then that's it. Oh, Skarika Ninja. Um, it's Ken, and then Alan, and then Skarika. So if you want to get on the list, you totally can. Let me find out, Ken. All right, yeah. So I'm gonna read your chart, Ken. Let me pull it up while I do this coaching piece. Keep it light. Yeah, good. Um, are you able to talk to her before she comes out of rehab in any capacity? Is that an option? Um, Let me know while I pull up the chart. Oh, Love A, I'm gonna have to look at it. What was the name on it? Because I didn't see it come through, Love A. What name am I looking for in PayPal? You can leave a message. She can and will probably call you back. Okay, Ken. Okay, so here's the coaching insight and advice that I have for you. Um, the reality of someone who got into a short-term rehab. Now, long-term rehab is when you're in there for a year, 2 years, right? Where you are not only getting, detoxing and getting sober, but in a long-term rehab, you're also getting life skills. Supinda. Okay, thank you, Supinda. I'll look for it. But in long-term rehab, you get the opportunity to practice those life skills with training wheels on so that when confronting situations come up that trigger you to go back to the addictive behavior or substance, you have all of the support mechanisms around you to deal with the trigger without being tempted to go back or face the temptation while having all of the training wheels and supports to not have to go back into the addictive behavior or substance. That's long term rehab. And the wonderful thing about long term rehab is that you get to confront your life and all of the triggers that were there that caused you to use in the first place, while you're fully supported. She was in short term rehab. And in short term rehab, all she got was the chance to get off whatever the substance or behavior was, detox from it, some insight about life skills, a couple chances to look at root causes, and now she's back out into the environment that has not changed, that has all of the triggers that caused her to want to engage in the addictive behavior in the first place. Most people who have issues with addiction, um, there is some sort of trauma that occurred at a point at which the heart and the mind found what was occurring to be unsurvivable. And so they got into um, the addiction in part because they needed a way to cope with a pain that was too big. It was bigger than their body could handle. And so you, as her twin, you have all these emotions that for you right now feel bigger than you can handle. But she, in short-term rehab, maybe has come clear about some of the triggers and the maybe has become clear about the root cause. I'm sure she's become clear about the triggers. She might have gotten clear about the root cause of the trauma in the first place. Now that thing that was too big for her heart and mind to handle, she's now got to confront that. In addition to a life circumstance that has not changed with all of the training wheel support that the facility provided. Now, based on everything I just explained to you, do you think this woman can hear that you don't want to be a forever friend at this time? That's correct. Our 2 plus 2 tells us that she cannot hear that at this time. She's not in a place to. That's good. I'm glad that you sit and nod on the phone. That's good. Um, and the chances that she can hear that anytime soon are slim. Because the reality of getting into an environment that's conducive to hyper growth, and that's what a rehab environment is. Anytime we go to transformational workshops and seminars, or we go to rehab environments, or we go away on retreats, these are environments of hyper growth where we get to stretch far outside of our comfort zone and explore what it's like to become a different person. But the reality of this is like, you know, the environment that she was in before going into rehab was an environment that included her surviving with a heavy duty addiction. So I want you to imagine this like the rainforest. In the rainforest, it's damp, it's wet, it's very moist, it's very lush, and things inside there are meant to grow inside there. The conditions are perfect for the things to be as they are. And that includes all the healthy things and the unhealthy things going on inside that rainforest. You take one of those plants out of the rainforest and you put them in a desert, that plant doesn't really survive without a lot of support, a lot of water, a lot of misting, a lot of, similar conditions, probably lots of shade in certain places at certain times of the day. And that's the environment that rehab provided for her. It provided an environment where she could be that rainforest plant inside of a brand new circumstance. She's going to leave rehab and she's going to go back into the rainforest. So there's going to be a little bit of snap back. That rubber band is going to snap back. And so she needs time to integrate her new baseline, her new bottom line. She needs time to integrate how far she's going to snap back versus what her new minimum baseline is going to be in her life. And to time to forgive herself, understand why it's like that. If trauma did come up, integrate that. If she needs to change her environment so it's less rainforesty and more valley like. I mean, you just said it. She lives with people who drink heavily. She's probably going to have to move into, a new place if she doesn't have the money for that because she hasn't been working for the last however many months because she was in rehab. She's got to find a job while she's still living with those triggers. Ken, this woman has no room for your big feelings. And I'm explaining this in such a detailed way so that, because this is a conversation that you and I have had over the last 60 days, 90 days since November. We've had this conversation multiple times. I want you to understand that her not having room has nothing to do with the fact that she doesn't care for you, doesn't love you, isn't connected to you, doesn't feel anything. She may have all of that going on, Ken. But what she can handle at this juncture in her life is herself. Good night, Jemmy. It was really nice to have you here, honey. And the process of what she needs to recreate in order for her to be in a survivable environment with new inputs, which means you take a plant out of its old environment, you put it in a new environment. In order for that plant to survive, it has to change some of its DNA, some of its fundamental nature and makeup so that it can survive in the new place. That takes time. A lot of it, and space, a ton of it. All the old programming that she had that created that addiction and the attraction to people who indulged it and the kind of friendships that didn't call her out on it and the dysfunction with the family that co-signed it and her inability to find people attractive that are healthy for her. All of that programming that runs at the subconscious level is not conscious enough yet for her to be so plugged in enough to this connection for her to handle any more than a forever friend today. And probably even this year. That does not mean that she doesn't care, that she doesn't love you, that she doesn't value you, that she doesn't need you. Because if she's talking to you while she's in rehab, you're probably one of the few people who's actually listening. She needs you. She needs you, Ken. But at this moment, the way you're needed is just by allowing yourself to be a witness and B, to value yourself enough that you are actually showing her how self-value works. And that's what's indicated in the chart. So let's get into that piece of this. So for those of you who are waiting, my apologies. I know that took a long time to get through, but I think that may have been valuable for more than just one or two of you. So I intentionally took the time to spell this out because I know Ken's not the only person dealing with a twin who's got addiction issues or who's been to rehab. So here, this is the second house. Second house is the house of value. It's the house of self-worth, self-esteem, and self-respect. And here's you, divine masculine, the whole year, all of 2020, moving through this house, Ken, in the sign of Capricorn. Self-value, self-worth, self-respect. And you go through this house and into the house of communication. And you start communicating your self-value, self-worth, and self-respect, not just with her, but with the entire world. And you do a retrograde dance because the divine masculine does that this year. And you go back and forth for you in your chart between self-worth, self-value, and then communication about that self-worth and self-value. Okay. And so your job here isn't about telling her what you need. It's about setting up a life where you're just going to get it. And in those moments where, because you're going to get what you need, affection, comfort, support, a job that honors your gifts, investments, a home, whatever it is you're doing this year to really stand in valuing Ken and who Ken is. Your volunteer work, your community service, your support for family and friends, whatever you need to do to create that self-value. Your job this year is to be communicating and demonstrating that. and releasing the need for her to demonstrate value to you. Because the only person who can give that to you, Ken, is you. That's your 2020 journey. That's your communication post rehab. That's your plan. Okay. I'm glad that was great. I hope that's clear. And like I said, not just for you, but for everyone who's got a partner in rehab or a partner in, who's got, addiction challenges. I hope that's very helpful. Um, because that person is so divorced from reality when the substance is involved that we want to bring reality to them about the way we feel and about what we want and about how we need to be treated. We want to bring that to them. But the problem is they built the addiction in the first place because they couldn't deal with the reality that's already happened and happening in real time. That's the issue. How are they going to deal with your reality if they can't even deal with their own? So that's what you need to understand. Okay. That rehab is a wonderful step for her, a beautiful step. It's a gorgeous gift for her and her life that will bear fruit in your relationship to her long term. It's just not a step that it takes time, a lot of time to integrate, coming back into a life that is blinders off, no filter, no buffer, because that's what an addiction does. It creates a buffer between us and our pain and the everyday pain that we experience. Okay. So, yeah, work on that. Do them instructor classes. My guess is that there's probably even something more for you in there in terms of building a life that constructs the true value of what you bring to the planet, Ken. Find it, look for it, build a life around it. Okay. Scarika, do I send? Alan is next. So Alan, let me know what chart I'm looking at for you. And we will go ahead and get you handled. Excuse me. Scarika, yeah, you gotta put the details in here, honey. I'm not dealing with my inbox right now. Between the stuff that's coming through, that I channel or intuitively, the two payment apps, I've got the YouTube window open and trying to manage the Zoom. That's trying to deal with my inbox on top of it is more than I can do. Totally get it and respect it if you don't want your personal information out there. Respect it. I will happily refund you, Scarika. Just let me know and I will send that money back. Okay. Supinda, I don't see your payment, baby cakes. Yeah, Scarika, just let me know if you want a refund. Happy to do it. Supinda, I need you to look at where you sent your information. And confirm for me because I don't see it either. I don't see it in PayPal and I don't see it I don't see it in Venmo. Okay. I don't see it in either one. It's okay, Scarika. Okay, good. Good, good, good. So Alan, then Scarika, and then whenever we get Supinda's confirmation, we will work that out. Okay. Um, you got confirmation in your email. Um, I can just remove it. That's absolutely right. Once I have the info in. And the other thing I can do, Scarica, for you is I don't have to show the chart, which will have the information in the upper right-hand corner and left-hand corner. Instead of showing the chart, I can just tell you what I see. Okay, Scarica? You can put it in the chat. And then once I've got the chart up, just remove it. And I don't have to show you the chart on the live stream at all. Okay. Um, yeah, Supinda, I don't see it, baby cakes. It's not here on my end. So you may want to double check where you sent it. Because if you didn't use one of the payment links, no, I need you to double check where you sent it. Let me just pull up what it looks like on my end. Let me just show screen 1 second. And then, yeah, Alan, just let me know what chart I'm looking at and what your question is. And as soon as I got that, then I can do your chart. Scarica, have you met this man? Have you met the person I'm reading for? Like, have you guys had like conversations and, been in each other's lives, in any capacity? Yeah, I'm not came off at baby cakes. This is what it needs to look like. So there's a link there, inside inside the chat box here. Click that PayPal link. When you pay me, this is what it should look like. PayPal.me/KMoon144. It should not be K Moffitt. You have, oh wait, hey, Scarica, I gotta ask. So you're gonna have to cancel that payment and then try resending. Okay, Supinda? Because I definitely didn't get that. Scarica, I have to ask. And the reason why is because too many people try to use, like they get a lot of astral confirmation about their twin. Um, it's not came off it, honey. So yeah, Scarica, I have to ask because some people they just I don't know what the heck's going on. They get a lot of spiritual and etheric and 5D confirmation about the twin. The twin is someone famous. They've never met that person before, or they've only been to like fan events for that person. Um, And so, I get it that, you may have this deep connection with someone that you've never met, the general you, not you, Scarica. And simultaneously, the line between that and just straight up stalking in the 3D world is so thin that, my spiritual guidance on it is to just not touch it if you haven't met the person. Um, I have to let that go. I can't read for people who haven't met them. Um, no, Scarica. I agree with you. It is a healing journey, not a fanatical one. And not everyone is being fanatical. They legit have a twin they haven't met who is on some level of fame. I believe that. I just know that there's no way for me to discern the difference. And my guides do not want me getting involved and trying to figure that out for people or for myself. They've been real clear. Here's the line. You only read for people who've met their person. Don't cross it. If they haven't met them, don't read for them. So Scarica. After you sent the DM the link, he went silent. 2 days later, 2 missed calls. Several days later, 2 missed calls. You tried calling him back, no answer. He hasn't tried contacting you since. That's cool, Scarica. That's cool. I just have to ask. I have to ask, for my own, protection. And the other night, I texted him and told him you missed him and asked him to call me, but zilch, just wondering how things are looking for us currently. I felt he missed me when I called, but he's hiding again. Okay, gotcha. Alan, let me pull up his chart and see what's what. Hang on one second. And then after Alan, I have Scarica, and then the list is open. After Alan, it's Scarica. You know, Ken, are you still here? Ken? Okay. Melinda, let me. Is this his chart? Okay. Melinda, is this your twin, April 26th, 1976, 5:26 a.m. Long Beach? Is that your twin, Alan? Let me know that I have the right Melinda in my thing. And Ken, stay tuned for 1 second because I have something for you, sweetheart. Okay, that's him. Okay, great. Yeah, okay. Just making sure my PayPal link was right. In case you Pinda wanted to pay. It does look like it's correct. I just clicked it. Lady Love, don't do that. Don't do that. He'll get there in his own time when he's ready. Can I have something for you, sweetie? And this is for everyone um, who's struggling in their connection right now. Okay, Alan, I have his chart up. Supinda, I got it, girl. Got it. Okay. So look here. Ken, this is for you. There's a video I want you to have a look at. From Eckhart Tolle's channel. He's the author of The Power of Now. And the question that got asked by this audience member is, why am I so attached to having people who abandoned me in my life? Because as much pain as your twin is in, I also recognize that you are being asked, just by the nature of staying in connection with her, to be yourself, to recognize so much of your own pain around rejection, Ken, around not good enoughness, around too muchness, around not manliness, like not man enoughness, whatever that phrase is I'm trying to find. I'm just not going well, but you're really being asked to have a look for yourself. At, why are you feeling so drawn to this person who is in such a place of non-reciprocation? And so this video was a real eye opener, a real eye opener. So if you go on to Eckhart Tolle's channel, the Google I had was people love at their level of consciousness. Let me just put the link over here for you. Here you go. There you go. There it is. Have a listen to that. I think that's going to help you out even more with some of, the compassion for her, but also the deep kind of self-care that you need in order to be in a place where you are generating a love unbidden. You didn't ask to love her like this. It just happened to you, where you are generating a love that is not getting reciprocated from the object of that affection. Okay. So have a listen. Oh, Ken. I'm not trying to make you cry. I just get it, babe. I just get it. I get it. I get it. Okay. So, all right, Alan, here's what's up, girl. Where is he at? So he reached out right there. How long ago was it? Let me see. Alan. Okay. You told him you missed him. You asked him to call. Okay. Sent him the link. That was probably 3 weeks ago. He went silent. A few days later, 2 missed calls. Tried calling back, no answer. He hasn't tried calling since. Okay. Got it. Got it. 3 weeks ago. Display transit. Show me the previous. Okay. No, it was 1019. We don't want to see that. Okay. All right, Alan. Let me just take a look at his natal chart to see the planets involved again. Okay, got it. So I don't know if you've done a full snoop with Marie, but I don't know if you've done a full snoop with Marie, Alan. It triggered him. It brought it all up. It brought up all the things that it brought the whole thing up, honey. Because look here. And it was going to come up anyway. It was already percolating in his space. So you didn't do anything wrong, Alan. It was going to come up anyway. But what's loud and clear in the space for him is that he can't move forward in his life until he deals with this. Literally everything in his life is really hinged upon him dealing with this issue and finding a way to leave the past in the past, get anchored in the present, and close up the holes in his energy and his psyche. Yeah, it's a psyche issue. Yeah, and coming back to self-worth and self-value. So everything that I said to Ken is valid for you about not having enough space, enough room to be in connection right now. Because he's just trying to get in connection with himself, Alan. He's just trying to get in connection with himself. because there's this part of himself that he had been burying that had been bubbling up. It had been bubbling up for a while. And, he was like keeping a lid on it, managing it, duct taping it, and it just got to the point where it exploded and it was coming to a head anyway. And all you did was just say, hey, I know how to, here are some tools, or here's a way, or I'm here for you while you work through uh, diffusing an explosion. I know you don't want me in the bomb room with you, but I know where some tools live, and I see there was an explosion and I'm not going anywhere. Okay. So just keep it up. Loving communication. You're probably going to have to initiate it for most of this year. Once a week is good. Maybe a little less. Once a week, once every 7 to 10 days. Send a meme. Send a meme. Make sure that you've really thought it through for someone that has the history that he does. Like, the last thing you want to do is like be making jokes about things that are really tender right now for him, Alan. But just know that he's going to be processing this all year, and there's nothing you need to do. Just be present. Just show up. Same way Ken is doing. Just show up. Once a week, send a meme, ask how he's doing, keep it light, focus on work. Just be the stand for unconditional love that you are. Love him without conditions. And the condition that you're going to have to give up at this moment in time is that he's going to reciprocate, that he's going to call you back, that he's also going to hold space for you, that it's going to be quid pro quo, tit for tat in real time. There will come a day in the timeline of your lives where reciprocity will be created, because that's the law of the universe. It's balance. The law of compensation. You put out, you receive. Inflow, outflow. All things operate in balance. But the day for that balance to be returned to you is just not today. And there is a piece of you, same thing I recommend, same video link I recommended for Ken is also for you. You need to look at that and just be in the space that you need to be in about not having your love reciprocated, and heal what needs to be healed around that. I mean, much of this for many twins is a journey around coming into our God self, right? God created, the universe and all of us. And, so many times the creations don't love God back. So many times the creations, push God away, curse God, ignore God, right? But God just keeps on loving. God just keeps on giving. And much of the ascension journey, which twin flames are a really big part of, much of the ascension journey is about cultivating God mind, God heart, and coming to that place of real like knowing what unconditional love is, and allowing us to source our love from source and not from another human soul, so that we can be full despite how much we give. We have a way to fill back up because we're sourcing from source and ending the pattern of sourcing from other human beings, which can be fickle, leave us empty, etc., etc. Okay. So just know you're on it. You're on the journey. You're doing great. Keep going. You're doing great. Keep going. And trust that, the way the universe works, like inflow, outflow. It may not be even today, but at some point this will be even. That's the way life works, honey. Hey Tara, welcome. Yeah, you can do twin flame. You can do anything you want. I can read about anything you want, babes. It doesn't have to just be about twin flame. It could be about anything. Let me find the information about how to get on the list. Tara, you are welcome to get on the list. You can, those are the instructions. Okay, Skarika Ninja. Let's see, girl. What's going on? What's going on? You can read astrology and tarot decent. You just told him in person, I'm sent to be a healer and help with transformation. It's been difficult to communicate. Journey's been exhausting. Woo, yes. I need guidance that might not be so obvious. I think it's time to just rest and process right now. I don't know what might be next. I told him it's about self worth, self value, rejection, and belief, and that you mirror. Gotcha. Okay. And then, okay, Skarika, I'm going to look at your chart, okay? Because your question seemed to be about, you said you didn't know what you do next. So I'm going to look at your chart and find that. Elmira, New York. Um, 6/1, 1986. 7:56 a.m. Okay. Share the screen. What does Skarika Ninja do next? Okay, you're back. Okay, Skarika, all good, babe. You're welcome, Tara. Okay, what does Skarika do next? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Skarika, my love, is exhausted. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Um Ken, that's a great analogy. That's a great analogy. Okay. Um it's more like a self-love treadmill. A loving yourself and seeing yourself and all the world around you, and thereby loving the world because you love you. It's more a little bit more like that. It's a little bit more inclusive and a little less. It's got to include you in a very direct way. Skarika's tired. Yeah, baby. Okay. Right. Okay. So Skarika, as you know, there's a transit of Saturn here through your seventh house, along with Jupiter. But Saturn's been here longer, along with Pluto, and the two of them are creating double ending energy. So there is a little bit of twofold separation, endings, and restoration of integrity to the way the energy works for you in relationships and committed partnership. One of the things that's going on for you this year is it might actually be a bit of a year of celibacy. Um, like emotional celibacy while you move through the process of restoring your energy and filling your own cup here. Coming back home to yourself seems to be indicated. And the work has less to do with healing others at this time and more to do with healing you, healing family templates, healing, your concept of mom and dad, the kind of dad you had and the kind of husband he was. Um, Even if he wasn't present for you to witness the kind of husband he was, even that was part of the template in terms of the way your lens is fixed to see partnership. And so this whole year is really asking you to start the process of cleaning up that template, looking at your roots, your wounds from your roots, and the template you got, and the lens you got, and the perspective you got. And this started last year. Part of the fatigue has to do with wanting to put energy external that last year and this year was actually really meant to be internal. Um, and specifically this year, like this North Node just got here in your 12th house. This is the key for you. You've got a 1 year internal set of work that you need to do, with really digging deep into your own wounds, your own lens, why your lens is constructed the way it is around men and partnership, based on the stuff your family gave you. That's this Cancer here that's in your subconscious mind. That's that 12th house. Because this Juno retrograde is here in the 4th house of family and home. So you need to dig into that stuff, your roots, so that you can put an end to patterns that no longer serve you. Because once this Saturn gets out here to the 8th and Jupiter joins it next year, you're going to have the opportunity, you're going to have breathing, you're going to feel space, Skarika. One of the things I'm really getting right now is like, you're just full. You're full. You're both full and you're empty at the same time. It's like you're full in terms of like, just like how much output you're doing. Like you can't output anything else. Like you're done. Like your hands are full. And simultaneously, like even though your heart is full and your hands are full, spiritually there's a need to refill. There's a need to refill, deeply refill, and create some of the structures that are going to allow you to refill. And so it's time to bring your attention back from healing yourself, and bring your attention back from healing others into healing yourself, Skarika. It's funny, every week, I pull a card for both my twin and for me, from, a deck that I use. But there's a very specific deck that I took back out this week because I needed it. And I could tell, yeah, how about that love, bro? I could tell that I was like, I was just ready for some messages from it for me and my twin and what we're going through at this moment. And so this message is really appropriate for you as one of our cards for this week. So I'm going to share it with you because I think it'll help you kind of understand. And the card is called the Medicine Woman. You are flowing with what's natural for you. The waking path is attuned to nature. The sleeping path is controlling. All praises to the medicine woman. You can take something powerfully wrong and make it powerfully right with your understanding of nature. As a medicine woman, your divine work and knowing and providing natural cures for all that ails the soul has been known for centuries. We are often at your feet in soul pain, but you come to us in your glory, not with mercy or self pity, but with genuine compassion. To you, everything on earth can be used in healing. On your waking path, your soul's in sync with nature. You feel completely comfortable with what you're doing and where you are. And as medicine woman, you have knowledge of how to use what is around you. So be the herbalist. You know that when the soul is attuned to nature or in harmony with the environment, it is a soul that is well. People rely heavily on your knowledge of how to cope. with the world around us. But a lot of time, people will not take their medicine. People do not understand that their ailing souls are caught in what is unnatural to them. So you often see people struggling with life. You have a great compassion for those who are constantly battling against nature. Doesn't that sound like perhaps a twin? A Black woman's soul constantly dances between her true essential or natural self and the self that conforms. This tangle is usually a struggle between aspects of our African heritage and American reality. Sometimes we can feel we are doing what's natural for us, and then down the road, we discover we are not who we once were. The sense of not knowing or being who you are can lead to soul ailments and the sleeping path. You can move toward some personal discomfort and agitation as you attempt to control the ailments. As you attempt to control, you come onto your sleeping path, struggling against nature. Control eliminates your attunement to what is natural for you. This control keeps you in the business of finding remedies for everything and everyone. Your selection of this card may signal that you have an acute need to find a remedy for every problem. You are not willing to face the fact that there may not be a remedy for all that ails the soul, and that some ailments or problems should simply be ridden out. This selection may also indicate that you are having trouble coping with soul pain or negativity, so you are quick to find the cure. You may do the work of harmonizing the souls of others because you cannot tolerate your own discomfort and being out of step with your own natural self. Your soul revival, Scarika, is to find your way back to your natural life, back to the original you. Your comfort zone is with your natural self. You must recover parts of yourself that were covered up or pushed away to assimilate into life here. Let's see, where do we? Have you done the things you wanted and still find an emptiness inside? What are the things you want to do? As a medicine woman, you remind us that we have an infinite and resounding relationship to nature. Your presence in our lives brings peace and serenity. So that's from the Black Angel Cards, a Soul Revival Guide for Black Women by Earthelyn Marcellian Manuel. Um, so you can find that deck on the internet somewhere, maybe Amazon. I've had my deck for over a decade, but I think that that will clarify some things for you. Um, in terms of, that feeling of being stuck and that feeling of feeling exhausted. It's because there's just been a healing of everything and everyone but you. And it's just time to draw your energy back in and focus on what Scarika needs for Scarika's healing. Okay. Supinda. Supinda, Carol, then Tara. Hmm. Supinda, Supinda. Um, what I really love about that deck, awesome, Supina. I'm so happy you were ready. Thank you for being ready, girl. What I love about that deck, whether you're a Black woman or not, is that the deck gives you the light and the shadow of every energy that it talks about. And it helps you to understand, when you're stuck, that there is a light side to the shadow energy that's showing up, because stuckness is just shadow energy. And that deck really helps you understand, oh, how do I get back into the place of being fully awake? How do I get back into the place of getting unstuck? By highlighting the light side of the shadow. So it is a pretty name. I recommend that deck for anyone who wants to get really conscious really quick. White, black, man, woman, doesn't matter. If you want to get conscious quick, that deck will really help you because it helps you understand that all energies are two-sided. Not only that, but all energies, that there it helps you understand both sides with a depth that allows you to navigate your journey with mastery. So it's a beautiful deck. I really love that deck. In fact, it was actually my very first deck of anything. Before I got tarot cards, before I got anything, that deck was my first anything. Um, okay, so Love A says, but at night, okay, reconnected 5 months ago. Um, Love A, love A, love A. There was something else here. I saw it. Is this the right time for our union? What do I need to know about my twin and our relationship? Okay, I can do one question and a mini read, as you know, because you've been waiting. Love A, that one question can turn into an entire sermon or dissertation. So I'm going to try not to do that as much anymore. But, and I can't give a full reading about union. I can just give you what I can see in general. Because to do that, I would need to look at all three charts at one time, and I can only look at one chart on a mini reading. So I've got you, Bangkok. I've got him, no birth location. I've got where you met, but no month. Okay, so, or no day. So what I'm going to do is look at your chart in the interest of time. All right, let's get it. List is definitely still open. I'm gonna read Love A, and then I'm gonna go into a reading for Carol and then Tara. So if you want to get on the list, you are more than welcome to. Okay. Love A. Let me just see in your chart when union energy is upon you. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to be in the connection. It also doesn't mean it's going to be on his side, but I can just, or her side if it's a lady. I can look at when union energy opens up for you personally. And that's next year, honestly, 2021. That's when that opens up. You've probably been feeling it. You're probably aware. You've probably even been getting signs that it's close. Yeah, you run into a union window as early as December, and it's open for a year. Mm, yeah. Yeah, it's open for a year, 2 years actually. And that's just based on your chart. Most of the time when I read these charts, Love A, what I end up getting is, when I see all three charts together in a private reading, I can see, because most often what happens for twins is you have a window that's like a year and some change. The union chart has a window that's like 2 years or 3 years. And then they have a window that's like a year and some change. And all of them either overlap or coalesce in this way that allows things to have a period of flow that's about 2 years long, supported by the universe. That being said, if you want a personal reading, we can look into that. However, I do have this caveat, and this is for you and for anyone else, because I can also see you have a lot of very challenging energy here in your chart. A lot of it. Um, Listen, the universe doesn't open up our roofs, drag us out our house, and place us in the castle with the prince. We actually have to be doing the hard work of unchaining ourselves from our past, um, you know, not allowing ourselves to, be stuck in patterns that would undermine us. We've got to, take the barefoot path, through the forest of trials to get to the castle. And then, bloodied and scarred, we got to decide to like cross the moat, fight the ghouls, climb up the castle steps, get past the guards. Like it takes work. I'm not going to lie, it takes a lot of work. And so these union windows can open up, and I have seen twins go, they have been so triggered by one another because they've done so little work on managing their own triggers and their past and their templates that instead of coming into union, they just repel. So, that being said, the window is opening up. The closer we get to the end of this year, the more you're going to feel it. In fact, you probably feel a lot of it now. You're going to start to see, some movement on it. If you two have been doing your work, you'll start to see some movement on it as early as May. But then, the next time, it comes up for you to, uh, the next time it opens up for you is not opens up, but how should I put this? There's only flow if you two both have been doing the work. He's got to want it and you've got to want it. Okay. You're very bloody right now. I get it, Supinda. I get it. I get it. On my end, it says I'm sharing screen, but can you guys see my screen? I hope you can. All right. So I don't know what your work is, Love A. I know you would know your work, but in terms of what that is, that's something that's something we could look at more deeply in a personal session, a private reading. But yeah. Okay, yeah, you can see it. Cool. Carol, it's your turn, and then Tara. And if anybody else would like to jump on the list, you are welcome to. Yeah, and for some reason, my just a little cray cray. Okay. Cool. Thank you everyone for hitting the like button and hanging in there. I really appreciate it. Carol, let me find your information. 415. Okay, but where were you born, Carol, and what is your question? In fact, just tell me what your question is and I'll tell you which chart details I need. And then Tara, you're after Carol, and then that's it, unless anyone else joins the list. Okay, gotcha. Carol Hernandez, what's next? Hmm. Can you be more specific about your what's next question, Carol, so that I know what I should look at for you and that this isn't a general reading? Like, what are you dealing with? Where are you stuck? Can you give me some context so that I can give you what you need for what you just paid for, hun? Um, while I set up your chart. Where would you like to see movement in your life that you're not currently seeing movement? That would be helpful, Carol. Okay, so Tara, waiting for you to come back in, and Carol, waiting for you to clarify. When you say next, what's next? Unless I totally forgot because you were talking about a twin and I just missed it. Carol, 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 Carol. Okay, you have a twin. You want to know what's next. Okay. Hey, third I am. Okay, you want to know about healing specifically. That's very helpful. Thank you. Let's take a look. It's Carol healing right now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, Carol. Why is that the issue right now? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, Carol. All right. So, one of the biggest things that I can see for you in terms of your own healing at this point, I can see that that in your life, you've been an extremely powerful manifester. You have a great ability to call things out of the ether and into the world. And when you're focused on it and emotionally aligned, You have a great capacity to truly, 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 um, give like make your world exactly what you want it to be. Most of your manifestation capability comes through your emotions. And what you're being asked to do this year in terms of your own healing is surrender to the fact that this is one connection you can't control. That what has happened and what is going to happen, the way you have manifested everything else in your life through emotional alignment and congruence, this is one thing that you're not going to be able to do in that way. And so there's a really big a surrender energy going on here, a huge surrender energy. I mean, the first thing you have to surrender is, that this, you have to come to terms with the fact that this connection, you can't control. How to put this for you, Carol? What is your chart asking me to tell you? There's nothing wrong with your manifestation capability. It's not turned off. It still works the way it works. However, it doesn't work in this connection. And that is not a slight to what you're capable of. That's not a statement. There's nothing for you to feel unworthy about, because I can see that this is giving you a real blow to the self-esteem. This has been giving you a real, it's put you through the ringer in terms of your self-worth and your self-value, because part of the ways that you have manifested things in your life has to do with conjuring up clarity about your value, conjuring up certainty about deservedness, conjuring up feelings of worthiness. And that's part of how, you've gotten into houses, past relationships. That's part of how you have created certain jobs, is just coming to terms with the fact that I am Carol and I am worth it. And this connection is like the one thing, the one thing, the one thing that does not obey that manifestation law. The one thing. And so, Carol, what's on deck this year for you is, coming to terms with that and being okay with it. When I look at this chart, this chart is really showing me that you got to let the idea that that's the way this is going to come together die, because your worthiness isn't predicated on whether or not this comes together, and this coming together, this relationship isn't predicated on you conjuring up the right feelings of worthiness. The fact that it hasn't happened isn't because you don't deserve it, you're not worth it. That it's not because of some faultiness in your beingness. You're doing it right, Carol. You just have to surrender. You're doing it right. You're not doing anything wrong. You just have to surrender to the fact that this has its own timeline. It has its own energy. That it's two of you in this co-creation, not just Carol commanding the universe around her to conjure what it is that she is in alignment with. You're in alignment with him, absolutely. The fact that it hasn't gone where you want it to go is not a reflection of the fact that you haven't done it right. You have. And so this year, in terms of your healing, this year is asking you, begging you, demanding of you that you release the idea that somehow, some way, if it's not coming together, it's because you haven't done something right. And instead, to just surrender to the divine timing of this, the divine order of this, the divine sequencing and energy of this, uh, because that's what's going to allow things to unfold, is when you take your hand off the steering wheel. You taking your hand off of it. All right, Carol? You're welcome. I'm glad that was beautiful for you. Tara, you are next. Tara, are you Dell? I don't think you're Dell. Tara, where are you? Yeah, you're Tara McDonough. Dell, welcome. There's a protocol for getting a reading here. You just need to make a payment, and then I will go ahead and read for you. Thank you for letting me read for you, Carol. Thank you to everyone who's let me read for them tonight. I really appreciate it. It's been a pleasure and an honor. Okay. Hey, Tara, what's good, girl? Talk to me. Talk to me. Okay, and then after Tara, if there's no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the list. If anyone else wants to join, you are more than welcome to. I'm happy to read for a little bit longer. Tara, let me see. Let me check this other payment app. In my tresses and my twin flame, but I feel like I should just focus more on me. Okay. So that's your birthday. Got it. I need a time and location, Tara. If you could hit me with that, that would be fantastic. Okay. That's cool. Hit me with that time and location, Tara, and we will get there, babes. We will get there. When we met, is that okay? So you met on 11/12/1987. Okay, that's cool. So you met in 87. So Tara, what I need is a time and location on for where you met. If you met on November 12th, 1987, I need a time and location. Let me clarify this in writing for you. That's your birthday? Okay, got it. Okay, so then I just need a time and a location for your birthday. Last call on readings. If you want one, I just dropped the payment info. If you don't want one, totally cool. Um, okay. United Kingdom, Liverpool. Let me just come back here. Hmm. Miss Tara. Miss Tara, Miss Tara. Okay. So last call on readings. Like I said, if you want one, now's the time to jump on the list. If not, we're going to close once Tara is complete here. Okay, I forgot your question. All that back and forth, girl. What was your question? Okay, you think you should focus on you more? Okay. What is your question about focusing on you? Connor going through a spiritual awakening, you're struggling with it. Okay. Got it. That's helpful. Perfect. The answer is yes. You have gone through a spiritual awakening, and there's definitely a reason you're struggling with it. So, you see here, we've got Uranus here at 3 degrees Taurus. Uranus is the divine, it's the divinity activation, it's the electric lightning strike that hits the earth and creates fertile ground after the fire. Uranus is square your moon. Moon here represents needs, and a square brings out the tougher energy of it. It brings out the tension of it. And so, because interestingly enough, let's just go back to your birth chart here, real quick. Because you have a very high fixed sign chart. Your moon sits in a fixed sign, your sun sits in a fixed sign, and that transiting Uranus is out here at the 2nd degree of Taurus in a fixed sign. That Uranus is creating that square to your moon and that Scorpio sun you've got. And so, yeah, it's hard, Tara. This is like fixed signs aren't known for their capacity and velocity to change, not even Scorpios. And Scorpios are the most changeable of all 4 fixed signs. They can do transformation way better than Leos and Taurus people and Aquarius people can. They can definitely do it, but my God, are all fixed signs stubborn? Stubborn. And you have 9 fixed placements in your chart with very little cardinal and very little mutable. Okay. And so with this much cardinal, this little cardinal and mutable energy, this Uranus activation that we were looking at, this Uranus activation is making it really difficult for you to integrate the kind of change that you are being asked to take on right now. It's almost as if God is cracking you open so that you can sit inside, God can sit inside of you. But in order to do that, God has to crack open the vase so that there's enough space. And so, what you're really being asked to do at this time, Tara, in part, let me just look. Here's this other complicating energy here, making your life difficult. What you're being asked to do at this time, Tara, okay. Look, I can tell you're a very ambitious person, that you like to get things done, that you like to accomplish things, that creating a fulfilling life is something that you really want to do, and that you're full of capacity to weather any storm. Is that not true? Is that true about you, that you really you're ambitious? You have a lot of get up and go power. You can make things happen, and you're dedicated. When your heart's in it, you go for it. And really and truly, what I'm seeing here is the power to weather anything, the power to get through anything. But this particular transit of Uranus to Moon and the stuff going on in Capricorn this year is breaking you down. You took a break from work to do a perfect, perfect. Okay, perfect, Tara. That's exactly what I was going to recommend. I'm glad you took a break from work. All that ambition created some cash flow for you to be able to, quote, take a break from work. That is amazing. A lot of people at your age don't have that. Girl, I'm older than you. And a lot of people my age don't even have that, the ability to just take a break so they can, quote, focus on me. This is awesome because that's exactly what your chart is begging you to do, is to step out of making things happen. Stop trying to project, stop trying to outward thrust, stop trying to manifest. And instead, what the chart is asking you to do is to start to dig into your soul work, dig into, both healing, because I can see you got some stuff you need to work out around who your dad was and how he was and why he was the way he was. This particular period of time is asking you to dig into a lot of healing. I see you got some issues with mom too. Dig into your healing, but it's also asking you to start reflecting on the nature of your direction, and asking yourself the big questions. Who are you? What do you want? Where do you want to go? Um, and really get centered in yourself and step out of service for a minute. That's what your chart is asking you to do this year. And next year, too. It's going to start to get clear. If you have the capacity to travel at all, um, and explore things that you've always wanted to explore, this is a great year to do it. A great year to travel, Tara. Um, Honestly, sublet your place, pack a bag, live as cheap as you can, go for as long as you're able. To wherever you feel drawn and called, wherever you feel a connection or curiosity, go there. Because the travel is actually going to help facilitate your clarity. The more you can get out of your current environment, the easier it's going to be for you to allow in the change. I'm also seeing something here about a budding and awakening spirituality, Tara. There's some kind of, spiritual clarity or curiosity about spirituality that's coming online for you. It came online for you last year. And the more you're able to do that, the easier your life is going to be. Step into that. And I don't know what that is, for you, that might be, Christianity. I don't know. It could be, Sufism, it could be some sort of, whatever the mystic tradition is of your faith background. It could be Kabbalism. Um, or if you're Hindu, it could be really digging deep into the Bhagavad Gita. Whatever you're curious about spiritually, dig into it. Dig into it. This is the year for you to get into that so that you can start to get to know who you are spiritually, and get to know yourself as a soul and start to understand the spiritual truths that are going to anchor you through the rest of your life. All right, Tara, that's a read, baby cakes. Was that useful for you? Did that resonate at all? Um, yeah, no religion. That's okay. You don't have to. Find something that resonates for you that you're curious about or connected to. It doesn't have to be something you came from, it could be something you're called to. Okay. But spiritual, I'm drawn to spirit. Okay, yeah. So anchor yourself. I mean, there's a lot of spiritual truths existing on planet Earth within, some of the ancient texts and some of the spiritual traditions of, the Abrahamic faiths. So, if you're curious about any of the spiritual traditions from those Abrahamic faiths, Islam, Judaism, Christianity, those are the Abrahamic faiths. Find the mystery tradition that goes with it and the truths that come from it. You don't even have to use the Abrahamic faiths. Instead you could go to Sufism, Taoism. Find something that speaks to you and calls you forward and that you're curious about, and go study that, because those truths are going to help you anchor yourself and moor yourself in the process of this great transformation. Part of why you're struggling with the spiritual awakening is because you have nothing in your conscious mind to anchor the level of electricity that you're receiving. You have nothing in your conscious mind to anchor it. And if you can get some concepts in your conscious mind to anchor it, that'll help you with the discernment piece of what you're experiencing. Because part of your spiritual awakening has to do with understanding, because I have this ability in myself where I can read text, historical and religious. I can read text and I intuitively know whether or not what's written is true and the way something has actually happened. Um, and my sense is that as you dig into these faith traditions or what's available in the world, once you stop rejecting religion and you dig into the mystery traditions, your mind is going to start to tell you, and your spirit is going to start to tell you, okay, this is true, this is not, this applies to you, this does not, go deeper here. It's going to start to tell you those things. But the outright abject of like rejection of, the religious faiths, and then some of the, the spiritual traditions that underpin them, that's going to cause you to continue to struggle. So you need to dig into that more. So like I said, if you want to go Ibrahimic faiths, mystery tradition of Judaism is called Kabbalism. You want to go Christianity, mystery tradition of Christianity is Gnosticism. You want to go Islam, mystery tradition there is Sufism. Find what you're called to and dig into it. You don't even have to do any of the Ibrahimics. Like I said, you can do Hinduism, you can find something African, you can find something, Taoism, you can find all sorts of things. Shintoism, I don't know. Find what you're called to, because that's going to help anchor it's going to help give your mind something to grasp onto while the divine is cracking it open, so you don't lose touch with reality and you have a way to cultivate the energetic light codes that you're receiving during this time. You need a way to cultivate it so your mind can catch up with your spirit, so there's not such a big disconnect. All right. Okay. Awesome, Tara. Cool. I'm so happy that resonated, honey. So happy that resonated. And with that, my loves, our list is closed. That's a wrap. We read everybody who was on it. So thank you to everyone who stayed through the end. I deeply appreciate it. It was an honor and a pleasure to read for all of you. What was I going to tell you? The ability to get a reading with me is going to open next week. If you're on my list, you'll be able to get invited to do readings this week and schedule them this week for March. But right now, and that's how you get on my list, that EAP URL. That URL, you put your name and your email in there and the kind of reading you're interested in. Those who are on the list get a notification first. And I'll open the list up to and I already notified the people this week. So if you're not on the list, you didn't get that invitation. But next week, I'll post it on the channel, my main channel, that there's an opportunity to get readings with me in the first half of March. And as soon as that opportunity opens up, you are more than welcome to grab a reading. All right. That's a wrap for tonight, my loves. I thank you so much for watching. Please like the video on your way out so that it can circulate. People can find their way to the channel. I definitely appreciate that. And I really look forward to being able to read for you again when the time is right. Take great care, everybody. Bye for now.